Yippee. Hi, Damie. Hello, Damie. Can we get a shout out for Damie, please? And Neobees, I'm not that far ahead of you, honestly, if you're fighting the golems. I pretty much just started the water area. I know he's like a decent bit ahead of me in potato flowers. Um, like I was kind of stuck because I wanted to like stream it, so that's been a bit of the wait there, right? I've been waiting a bit because of that. But yeah, no. That is roughly where I'm at in the game. But hi. I'll give a shout out to Damie. How are you doing, Dame? War. Hey, the tits are back and operational. The tits are back and operational, guys.
Yippee!
Yippee. I love my tits being manageable and working just fine.
I would hope so. You know, I would hope that's something you enjoy having happen and not...
Yeah. Love my tits working. Gotta be one of my favorite genders.
Gotta be.
Man, I wish I made myself some tea before this. I'm still debating. I should have set some tea on while I had the time, but it was one of those moods where I'm like, tea would be beneficial to me. But I also not sure if I want tea at the moment. I just started the...
I bet you have plenty of time to go do that right now if you wanted.
I could, but also...
Just leave me alone in the room with all of the audience. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well, I'm back now, so I can
Oh, okay,
help
Gabe's
you.
back. See, so it won't be me alone.
See?
Yeah.
Everything
See, you can go get tea right now.
I don't have any black tea, though. I like having my black tea.
What tea do you have?
I have chamomile, but I feel that kind of
gonna put your ass to bed.
Yeah, that's what happened on Monday. I had chamomile tea on Monday.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I got tired out there. I had chamomile on Monday. I'm like, chamomile has caffeine in it. No, it's still chamomile. This is when M debuts their model. I mean, I could set M up with PNG Tuber Plus at like any time, really.
I'm telling you. You gotta draw like your little guys, and I'll just turn it into a little fucking PNG tuber.
Do you want me to just send you a random little guy I've drawn? I can do that.
Sure. I'll like turn it into a foodie for you or something.
Because I mean, Suru has.
I mean, if you want, do you want to watch me play a fucking old ass RPG?
Suru Draws has this cute little picker maker that you would probably like him. It's what I started as a streamer.
I just draw. Smile.
It's very cute.
I make about Koto's fucking PNG tuber. Show myself with Greythorn. Mine.
Sure, I'll go make myself tea. I'll be right back.
Yup. Alright. Hey, chat.
What you got for us, chat? What's up?
Gave us to draw himself as a robotic meme. I would just draw like a little Greythorn with like my colors. And like maybe put like a sticker of like my normal robot guy on it.
Gabe, genuinely, why can't I find our DMs? Has it been that long? There it is.
No.
It really hasn't. It was end of February. Why couldn't I find you? My eyes are going. I'm losing vision.
Sticker that says estranged white boy. I'm not white, and people are gonna think I'm the estranged white boy, which is not true. Not at all what's happening here. I'm gonna devil. Fuck.
Fuck. I'm gonna devil. Ah!
That's tragic.
My folder full of little guys. There they are.
It's Morgan time. God damn you. This really has been Of the Devil, episode 1, an idle mind. Wow, so cool.
What?
This really
Chat.
has been.
Hi,
Amazing.
Blend.
Oh,
Uh,
hey, model, where are you?
I think it ran away. Like
It
it
did.
steadily like started drifting off stream.
I don't know why.
Because
This
you
is-
weren't there to pilot it.
I weren't. Why
This
was
is
not there
unrelated,
to
Gabe. I just want you
pilot
to
it.
see this guy because I forgot I drew him.
I'm not looking at DM. Yeah.
I just forgot he existed.
Oh yeah, no, I turned it off because I turned the visibility off on OBS because I'm like, oh, let's not mess with that for the moment. Huh. Okay, Vinien, I'm just gonna close you and we're gonna reopen you, I guess.
Right.
Vinien didn't even freeze, it just Spout Center just got weird with OBS, I guess. I don't know why. I don't know why. I shrug. Who knows?
Sometimes you just gotta get weird with it.
Sometimes you just gotta get weird with that.
bust it
Morgan
down.
as the devil eventually will win the case. Yay.
Just win the case.
Did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Why does something always have to be weird?
Nothing ever happens until something happens.
Nothing
Please
ever
don't
happens
worry.
until something happens.
Please remember this.
There we go. Okay, cool. I'm back. Just randomly. Things happen. Things happen. We put myself in the corner. We're good. Everything's fine. Back in the corner. The water is heating up. In approximately like 3 minutes, I'll go and pour it and then wait the 5 minutes for the tea to steep, but I'll be here at least. Yeah, no, I had to move the model off screen because like the moment I got up, one of my toenails fucking fractured itself. So I'm like, okay, cool, I gotta deal with that really quick. And that's why my
Wow.
model was tweaking out, was because it was slightly capturing my face. I'm like, I'm just gonna turn this off while I quickly file this down. Yeah, it cracked and like was jabbing into my toe a little bit. It's fine.
Ow.
But hello,
Ouchie.
4 Elemental. Hello. Gabe has to draw himself as a robotic.
Mimai.
What is
You
a
don't
Mimai?
know Mimai. Bottenkites is the fucking
I-
RPG I'm playing.
Understood.
You need to see Mimai now because you made me make the funny Mimai noise.
Mimai. You know, I also can make you
I
do.
just say that every time I see
Yeah,
it.
no, I could also make you do.
Are you gonna make me make like a funny grub noise?
No, I'm
Don't
gonna
do
make you
that.
shout yourself out.
Oh, fuck you, man. Well, first of all, look at me, Mai. Okay, this is the most important thing in my life. This is the only thing I care about.
What?
That's my son.
Thing.
I had to navigate back through new Discord update, and it hurt for a second. It really hurt for a second.
This is my beautiful critter, and I love him. Also, yeah, the new Discord overlay sucks complete
This is
shit.
kind of. I hated the thing that they did to mobile constantly. This is bad for desktop. This is really fucking bad, and I cannot get over how much I dislike it.
This
Oh,
is a whole nother thing.
Like, they made the server. I have to squint whenever looking at the server list and the channel list. Like, it makes me uncomfortable. It all just makes me so. It's bad UI design. It's horrible bad UI design. Nothing ever happens. It's like, kill Santa.
Graphic
What?
design is my passion.
I literally posted on Blue Sky. I'm like, hey, I have no degree in this, but I make better graphic designs for my fucking stream schedules, throwing shit together, than whatever fucking incompetent idiot decided to make the like whole connection bar now take up like the bottom left. Both. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable how bad it is.
If you see a company do some weird ass shit, half of the time it's the investors.
Half of the time is if I do share responsibility to shareholders in order to show them that something has changed. Even if the program does not need to be changed whatsoever, idiots like Discord who have no spine and have dug themselves a hole have to appease their shareholders. It's all the shareholders' fault. They have to appease the
Generally,
shareholders and be like, hey, we made a change. Yeah, it's a change. It's been changed. They have to change something every year, and it fucking sucks. Right, I'm gonna go pour my tea really quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I freeze in that position.
Tea time.
Hi, chat.
The
Hi,
palpable
chat.
agony.
How are you?
How are we doing tonight, chat?
That is a
Said-
creature game.
Me, my. I fucking love this thing. It's my best friend.
that is a creature.
Okay.
Chat, ask me anything.
Yeah, chat. This is our Q&A now. You can just
So
ask
do you guys want to know
shit.
something fun?
What?
This specific tea bag I may have grabbed out of like a container of loose tea bags.
Okay.
So
And you don't know what it is.
I'm pretty sure this is a blend of black tea. Does not smell minty, does not smell like green tea. I'm pretty sure this is a blend of black tea. I won't know for like 10 minutes.
The
Well,
palpable
how
agony.
sealed of a tea bag are the rest of the loose tea bags in that box you pulled it from? Because like, any number of tea's fragrances could be clinging to that thing if they've all just been living in a box together.
Yeah, it's all loose tea bags that have been thrown into a Tupperware container together.
Who
Why are
knows
they in
what's in
there?
that thing?
It hey, it's steeping. It smells like black tea. It smells like black tea. Let's hope it's black tea and not chamomile as I had on the other day.
You're
Palpable agony.
The palpable
Sleep.
agony. Right. So, hi, of the devil. We're back to peak. Man, I wish I kind of started us. I had the save file at the start of a court case just so we could go over that again. I do feel silly, but it be what it be.
It's
We're
fine.
Easy
fine.
TLDR. We know nothing.
We're about to enter the court.
David really was not a good boyfriend and maybe had a little bit of highly unchecked autism that did not make him properly appreciate his partner in the way that he should have, and everything's fine. Everything's fine.
He was mega autist.
He was mega
He was
autist. He was the
not
type of
very
autism. He
emotionally
was more
available.
autistic than some of the most autistic people I've met in my life, and by now I've met a good few autistic people in my life. I would say I'd say I've definitely met some decently autistic people in my life. That's
Is
for
it
sure.
like a sliding scale?
It's more like a color graph thing, right? It's more like a color graph, right? Like we're taking a spectrum, but we're not imagining a wheel here, right? We're making it the color graph, and it's like you have very different. The corners of the autism are where things get a little bit difficult.
I was thinking more of like a character creator slider. I was just like, how much autism do you want to put into this character?
All the way to the right. That's what they did to me.
Do you have the well, I mean, like we have several different blends of autism, right? We have the autism
No,
that's
it's like a checklist.
yeah, no, it's that bar. It's those. It's like the 3 sliding bars, right? The 3 sliding bars
Oh,
where like
yeah.
you cannot have all 3 maxed or even. You can have 2 maxed and then the others tanked, but that's it. Like I, for instance, would probably say I have a balance of the smarts and the able to empathize with human beings and manage to make rational decisions based on talking to people. I have that blend of autism. Other people have the only smarts, nothing else. It is 100% smartest being in the world, which David Asher definitely counts as. Maybe a little
Damn,
bit
I
of
just
sweets there,
fucked up.
but oh boy. He at least doesn't sound like a dick. He just sounds like a bit of an ignorant dick. That's all we fucking learned. That's all we fucking learned, besides the fact that there was a second secret room beside the secret room that Sarah was from.
Yeah, and then there's some encrypted data for
That she
some
is
of the
currently
web
working
video
on. She is currently
that
working on
she's working
decoding.
on. We don't know when it's gonna happen. But it's probably gonna be mid-case.
It'll probably be mid-case. But alright,
Then-
cool. Yippee. Are we good to fucking play ball?
Let's game.
Yippee. Hey, Gabe.
Lock in.
Alright.
Okay, higher octave range. Ow, my back! Sorry if I complain.
I think it's waking up.
David gave you tits. How heavy are they?
Hello?
No.
I don't want to answer this question.
It's oh
Girl,
god,
how
your
goofy your robot spine.
girl, your tits are massive. Are you okay?
No. No, this is me complaining. I injured my back, sincerely.
This is such a fucking design. This is such a fucking design. This is such a
Okay.
goddamn design. Right, we have to decide now. Blinn, do you actually want to do this or do you want to just chill?
I think I'll chill. I cannot conjure a voice. It's
Okay.
You're okay.
We have to decide between the three of us then.
I'm
Who-
voicing Sarah.
all three of us are
All of
voicing a
us are
major
voicing
character.
major
We are
characters.
all three voicing major characters in this. Exactly.
It's almost like we have a limited pool of voice actors.
This
Hey, I'll
is-
take it if no one wants it. I'm just
this is a
giving you two
look,
a chance.
This is why I wanted Danny here, because I'm like, this is kind of the union of Em and Danny's character designs. I have to be real. Like this, if Em and Danny were to design the character together, it would be kind of somewhere in the region of this, I think.
I know for a fact that someone else I voiced shows up here. So maybe M.
Understood.
I have to imagine Ray's is gonna
There's-
show up at some point, but I don't care. Hey, I already did one whole scene where I talked as myself as three separate people. I've proven I don't care.
At the same time, okay, the other alternative. I know I voice her, and I voice.
She's not showing up in this trial.
No. Sato has
Maybe
a
the medical
minor chance.
examiner?
I think I might have to. I think I might have to.
No,
I-
I can do it if.
Em,
If,
you have the
um,
most characters that have a high chance of showing up here.
No. I was gonna say if Young pops up, Blinn, did you want to take Young from me?
remind me who.
That is this
this one.
chick.
I can work with that actually.
Understood.
Excellent.
Like,
Hey,
okay,
I want-
okay. David is dead. Dawes
No
has
way.
Dawes has a chance.
No.
Dawes definitely has a chance to show up alongside Young. Starling very much shows up here for fucking sure. I feel Starling is called up if we have any chance. Fran,
You're
no.
voicing Fran.
Morgan is not going to be checking her phone with fucking Fran. Sato has a decent chance, I feel. London and Rays are unlikely. I think Morgan even called out they would not be here. Isaac, we have his recording. Emma's obviously here. You're here. I'm clicking on the
Hi.
things, not fucking reading. And okay, gotcha. Emma has the most likely second character to show up, being Starling. I gotta be real. I feel Starling very much shows up.
I mean, I think even if Starling does show up, Starling shows up for a bit at the beginning. I don't think
Valid.
she sticks around.
Okay, you want to take it then? You think?
I can.
All right, beautiful. Yippee! Hooray!
This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD-84 presiding. I
Oh my
call to
God.
order the case of the People versus Asher.
She has goddamn emojis on her face mask. That's fantastic.
Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor.
I love that you have to get into Emma by just yawning.
I have to do a quick yawn. It's how I get there. I have to find my sleepy voice.
No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here.
Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Not this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started.
If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls on me to set the stage.
Might also, I'm gonna make myself mini. There we go.
My model name is Adjutant. My
There's
unit
the
designation
music.
code is AD-84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials.
Why is there a heartbeat?
You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture and every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful.
Oh, you have actual eyes under there, huh? She is giving me very much like Steven Universe Diamond energy, right? She is very much giving me Yellow Diamond energy in a way.
Yeah.
Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the virtue in man, justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod!
Okay.
Hello.
Yep.
Oh, whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I could see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever.
Your Honor.
Wait, what the flip?
Oh my god, now you're channeling Junko. Oh no, this is just gonna be Junko. Oh my god, this is just gonna be Junko.
This is scary.
This is just gonna be Junko. This is just gonna be Junko. This is just a Junko, but Junko is the judge. Amazing. Look, part of the reason I really wanted Danny for this is because I knew that this character was a bit of a meme lord. At least I had seen like one line of them being a meme lord. And that was it. Also, hi, I'm taking my tea out. The bag of the tea has steeped, so
We've steeped the tea.
beautiful. Okay, cool. Oh my god, she's just a Junko. It's just Junko, but as a judge. Thank you, Yobius, for the shout out. Hi, Mia.
The defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did in fact commit suicide, as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone.
Yep. Okay, then. Uh-huh. Hey, Gabe.
I didn't realize adjutants were so lively.
They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness.
What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up?
This is just this is so Junko coded. This is such a Junko coded character. Junko, but like I can't even say Junko but a nerd because Junko is technically everything because Junko is such a fucking nutcase of a character.
Well, this character is, I believe what they said is that they are based off of like various personalities that are like put into one machine. So this is just what the end result came out to be.
So really, it is just a Junko but a robot.
Yes, because that's exactly what
exactly.
she does.
Wouldn't dream of it. Yeah, Blin.
That sounds about right, honestly, for just an amalgamation of personalities.
We raise up the judge. Do we win?
I
I'm
don't
not putting
think
it.
that's how that works.
I'm not putting it out of the question of a route that we could go. I gotta be real.
Your Honor, permission to approach the bench? Mwah.
Wouldn't
Kisses.
dream of it, Your Honor.
Good. Because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed.
That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there. even counting all the flesh and blood judges I met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outbursts from the bench, my plan's still workable.
So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr.
Motherfucker.
Yumi Sato to the stand.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, gotcha. Amazing, amazing, cool. I said there was a 50% chance, but also I played orange juice earlier today and my rolls were horrible, so who the fuck knows anymore, alright? Who the fuck knows? I should not be playing gambling games.
Well, time for the Belacher stream.
You joke, but I did buy that as part of the Steam sale.
Fuck.
It's Yumi.
How do I do your voice again? I remember how to do your voice. Hey.
So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability.
I do.
Good enough for me.
Oh my god.
A wink.
Audibly says a wink.
Sorry, my jaw actually twinged there for a second.
Oh.
Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not?
I was.
And when did you make your examination?
I started last night. Well, technically, 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning.
Objection. The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks even. I'm so tired, gang.
The hell? All I said was...
Yeah, what she said.
You mean sustained?
Don't get cute with me, counselor.
Wait, I didn't even have a chance there. Oh my god. Date of birth, September 2nd. Height, tall. Extremely, incredibly fucking tall. Incredibly fucking tall. Holy shit,
Very
she is
tall.
tall. She still does not weigh as much as Sarah. Wait, actually, no, she weighs more than Sarah. Never mind, never mind.
I was about to say.
She is 8 feet tall. For
She
the
is-
record.
Hell yeah.
8 feet tall.
Likes raw
300
salmon?
kilograms.
Running water, gymnastics, dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign, Libra, self-assigned. Yeah, you would. 3 sizes?
Bust, waist, hips.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for telling us, man.
She wants you to know she is beautiful and also she's stacked.
She's got that bod in her.
They built her like that.
I cannot get over... Oh boy, I cannot get over the line of, hey, this bod is all I need to rule, to judge. My god.
Being cute is my job.
God damn, we've barely gotten started.
That seemed pretty bad, hadn't I?
Blinds -1. Heads up, making mistakes will increase your blinds. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. You'll lose answering incorrectly when you don't have the ante. Okay. Increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Starts and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Understood. Mind the blinds number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. I love these cards.
We should try to avoid being penalized in the future.
Thanks for the tip. Shaken off. I'll get my chance to raise objections on my own soon enough. If the defendant and the prosecutor make out mid-trial who wins of the Devil
What?
Bellaccio crossover, hey, if they have multiple Morgan cards, I could load them into Balatro.
Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death?
He passed away due to respiratory failure.
Could you explain what that means to the court?
Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing.
What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms?
There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities.
And the condition he was in matched those symptoms?
Correct?
In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure?
I love her just sitting in the backgrounds.
I see you!
Especially the fucking big O eyes.
Hello!
It can be caused by injury or disease. But the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy.
And what else could cause respiratory failure then?
No, Yobis, I don't know if I can gauge whether or not she's playing Subway Surfers behind the eye mask.
Fucking what?
Dude, what?
It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses.
She's understimulated. She needs the extra things happening in her field of vision at all times. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher?
Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. Will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with... You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Oh, are we doing no, that's wrong? Are we shouting at people? Are we gonna be doing some shouting at people? Are we gonna be pointing at them, getting all rude in their face, Danganronpa style?
Are you ready for a mass panic debate?
Testimony will... I think it's very important to say, the only closest thing... I've played, like, the first trial or two of Danganronpa, and that's it for...
So this is an ace attorney mechanic.
Yeah.
Just dialogue loops. You are looking for the statement.
Yeah.
To bust it open.
Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey. Okay. David's contract. The contract specifically was about...
His employment.
It was about his
there.
employment, if he breached anything, compensation grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, yeah.
Unrelated to this.
And the upright
specific.
cup was Young's. It'll be the whiskey. The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. When a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. After choosing to call in a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Hover over the 3 cards that show up, and left-click to make your choice before the timer runs out. Yeah, whiskey. It wouldn't have been clean, right? Holy shit! It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. God. Girl, just straight through the card into Emma's forehead there. Okay then, that was
Ow.
violent as fuck.
Listen, I know you can play tic-tac-toe up there, but that's not nice.
Yeah, sorry. Been practicing my aim a little bit
Oh,
too
sorry,
high on
Yobis.
it.
Did I steal your joke?
Playing tic-tac-toe on Emma. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died.
Killing
Oh, the
myself.
suppression.
That makes sense.
And that scared you?
The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal.
Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Right, okay,
Shall
yeah.
we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure?
During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a
That's
drug.
me!
Oh
That's
shit, sorry.
me speaking!
It's a slightly... We have two slightly pinkish hues. I'm very sorry. Especially over white backgrounds.
Understandable.
Understandable.
So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before.
A cheek puff? Unfortunately, no. Kind of? Sort of? Kind of. I don't know. Still learning how to pilot 3D models. Right. Autopsy analyze. Right, the foreign compound, which we know is, where is it here? The thing that has a bit of metal in it, right? Chemical makeup of a depressant drug. Wasn't it that it had some manner of metal in it or the like?
Yeah,
No,
it was.
Hmm.
it did not have metal. It was mostly organic compounds.
Oh wait. I
I
think
thought
the
it
I
was.
think the detail was that most lethal drugs have something of metal in it or such. Maybe it was that. You had cheek puff once? I kind of do. I don't know. Look, if it happens, it happens. Unfortunately, I'm autistic as fuck and do not make many expressions. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor.
The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega 3.
Isn't that... Wait.
That's fish. That's fish oil.
That name is already taken.
Call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad.
Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant.
I know the feeling.
So it stands to reason that it would... Hello, Alex. Hi. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. I didn't know, Alex, you were streaming. Were you playing Persona? You're probably playing Persona. But hello. Nope, fuck me, you were playing Destiny too, I should have guessed. Hello, Raiders. I'm Rinienna, your local sucky bestie, poison giant girl, beat super and variety queen supreme. Here with my second stream of the day. Gambling, once again. But hello. We're currently playing the final finale to Of the Devil, an extremely fucking tight-ass visual novel, Ace Attorney-like game. The Surprise D2. The Surprise D2. The weekly Surprise D2. Hell, I believe you sometimes play that shit twice a week, if I'm not mistaken. But welcome in. We are locked to the fuck in, so I'm just gonna be hopping right back in. Thank you for giving the shout out also, Gabe. I was about to thank Yobis. I'm like, wait, no, that's Gabe.
No, that's me.
Oh shit, yeah, you've played Of the Devil? Hell yeah, good. This is why we're friends. Previous line. Hallmarks of a general represent, so it stands to reason that it exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested.
You say ingested. Why?
I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please! I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. And his tox screens show that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance. The poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here?
Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Not the... the whiskey? Or Young's testimony. Probably Young's testimony, I think, right?
Why would you invite somebody over? Well, she did show up.
But also, nothing was added. It's,
Yeah, didn't see him add anything.
yeah, but they both drink the same whiskey bottle. I feel like it should be Young's testimony. Especially because, as far as we can consider, cam footage should be everywhere in the building. Right? So I think it should be that. And no worries for the lurk, Alex. Have some good food. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen.
As you say.
God, I fucking love Emma so much. Emma conveys so much personality with so little. It's so fucking good.
Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves.
How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his This is interesting. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, oh god, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Okay.
Are you ready for a
deals you
new
card.
gambling?
Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21, right? So don't press farther if you're already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument. Ingested it knowingly, thus caused his respiratory failure. Because he died of the failure, he committed suicide. So basically we're looking for the thing of him ingesting it knowingly or not, right?
Yeah, you're trying to prove that he ingested it unknowingly.
And hope that some cracks will appear under pressure.
Are you sure it was ingested? Though,
It has to have been ingested though. Right? Well, there's no trace on the cup itself. It's just in the alcohol. Man, they really have... We're in the trial and we're still trying to figure out what the fuck happens. Delta has to be to blame because it's the one foreign element and... Uh, I'm straight fucking completely lost on how to reason this. So let me shrink myself again. Like, I. Are you sure it was ingested? It had to have been ingested because there was nothing in the AC. There was no trace in the AC, or Young would have been messed up then, right? So, I mean, that would also still. No, inhaled is different from ingested. We know he died of respiratory failure, so it has to be this then. Right?
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm thinking about it.
I don't think it's the ingested point, mainly because we've hard confirmed that it can't be, nothing was in the air or anything. Motherfucker, they have me guessing up until the ends. Are you sure Delta is to blame? It was just 20 milligrams, but I mean, that's still...
I mean, if the... Hold on.
Go-
If the argument we're trying to break right now is he ingested it knowingly, then would asking about are you sure it was ingested maybe lead to asking are you sure he ingested it knowingly?
Maybe, yeah.
Good point, good point. Where's my log here? Backlog. The weakest part of that argument. Only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. We're going with a line of questioning here. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If we're trying to...
Yeah, I think it's gonna lead into it. So
Yeah.
we should give
Yeah,
it
I think these are all just like opening questions.
Dr.
And then it's the
Sato,
next question that
you
gets asked that we need
yeah,
to
no,
worry
no,
about.
no, that's good. Hi, this is why I appreciate having you all with me. I'm a dumb fucking bitch. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities I checked, but... There,
yeah,
there we go. Was it knowingly ingested? How sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes?
Call for speculation, Your Honor.
But John...
Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case.
What does that mean? Calls for speculation? I don't know legal things at all.
Assume it's like, what's it called? Asking if like, do you think she is speculating, and then her being like, this isn't really speculation, from what I know.
Okay, yeah. Oh, we can do a different line then. So we need to get 4 or lower. We don't ask the same questions again. That would be stupid, right? Don't ask the wrong questions.
Well, I feel like asking if it's respiratory failure is like kind of stupid because it's already been like confirmed. Like the symptoms are very present.
Right. So this is the most. This is the
know.
most next logical question. Dr. Sato, you're only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. Uh. Only when you reach exactly 21. God, this game does a really good job of making me have to fucking think.
I mean, I'd say press her on this one. It's like, you've
Only
run
simulations.
simulations, so you don't know for sure.
You've ran simulations, so you haven't tested Delta on an actual person. Oh, cool.
There we
Okay.
go.
Oh, like, oh wait, Ace
Nice
is bad.
Ace
Right,
card.
cool. Yeah. Ace stands for 1, right? Yeah, of course it would be that. Of course it would be that. Let me stand out of the way so it looks like, yeah. Oh, alright. No, I haven't. That'd be very difficult to do, given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described.
Was there a question in that statement, counselor?
She looks so fucking tired.
She lives on coffee. Of course she's tired.
You don't actually know for sure, do you? No. Not yet, anyway. Seems like that's... Blackjack. Oh, that's
There
so
you go.
clean. That is so... This game has so many clean design things. Oh my god, that was simple, but also... Yeah, I'm scared for later episodes of this game. I am scared for later episodes of this game. Thank you for your time, Dr. Zato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened?
Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor.
It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor.
The witness will answer the question.
Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, and his respiratory system was weakened.
Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare?
It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage.
Detective
Oh, no.
Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene.
We should have actually figured. Yeah, London didn't... Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We could toss this to Blinn.
It's
I believe we have
And-
tossed this to Blinn in the past, didn't we? At one point?
No,
I forgot.
I don't think
we
we
have
have.
not ever.
Understood. Never fucking mind then.
But if you want,
Um,
I will. If you want to do Reyes, I'm also fine.
I
Valid.
think it's okay.
Okay, understood. Go ahead. All right, cool. You're all on.
If you think it's too hard, tell us, and someone else will pick it up. for you.
Yeah, if Reyes suddenly changes in vocal range in the next 5 minutes, don't worry about it, okay, guys?
I won't.
It's all good. If need be, I will pick up the torch.
Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen.
Thank God the tea is black. I'm so thankful. I'm finally taking a sip of it. I forgot. It is thankfully black tea.
Finally,
We're
the
good.
tea.
Good tea.
What did they find when they arrived on the scene?
This is such a you character. I cannot get over how fucking much this... Come on, this has the elements of a character you would make.
Don't call me out like this, sister. Please. The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesville Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there.
She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stands. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom. The very seat of the state's power over the people.
The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So, what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself.
She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Right? The upright cup, because, yeah. Hell, wasn't it not even touched, I believe? If I remember correctly, I don't believe Young even took a drink. Small amount of whiskey, no, she did. Okay, left in it, found upright on the dining table. Saliva and fingerprints match Helen Young. No traces of foreign elements. David's cup, right, we just quickly...
It's David, that one didn't have enough for them to test.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah, thank you for remembering that detail. Forensic analysis shows matches. Toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. Exactly. And then the poison.
Asher met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m., he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. And there were no opportunity for a witness to even slip him something. I can't read. Don't worry about it. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement, and there was no poison anywhere else.
I think and there was no poison anywhere else would be the place to call.
Right,
Yeah, well,
because
only have
we
those
don't
three
know.
pieces of evidence.
Because we don't know. We don't know if there is poison. Well,
Yeah, and that's exactly why. We don't know there was poison there. They
Yeah.
can't conclusively say that there was no poison there
Exactly.
if they didn't test that.
Yep. And all I gotta do is call her out once her self-destruct, which should be fun.
Which piece of evidence are you gonna hit that with? Because we only have those three to choose from.
I think the cup, because the cup claims that there was not enough to read.
Okay.
Right? It has to be the cup.
David's, yeah.
Wanna bet? Oh shit.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's cute. Counselor, you almost made a salient point.
Oh
I
my
feel so bad.
god, this is really, really testing you hard on things. We just have so little to work with.
It's an uphill battle.
Do I get points for that?
Boy, I hope not. Otherwise, I wouldn't get to do this. Overruled.
Mm-hmm. Objections more carefully than that. Well, he wasn't dead by 8 p.m., but we have nothing to do with that. There's no poison anywhere else. A claim she can't actually support. Okay. I am thoroughly stumped.
I'm trying to think of other like lines of reasoning.
No additional traces found anywhere. Yeah. I just had a thought. It doesn't help me in this case, but found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death. No, it was on camera. She wouldn't have. I'm like, what if Young actually put the poison in him after he was already on the floor, right? But that couldn't check out. I have no idea. That was just a thought I had. Ugh.
Oh, wait, hold on. Pull up his cup again?
Pull up his cup. Understood.
Yeah. Yeah, so when Ray says he drank from a cup that he poisoned, we literally don't know that the poison was in the cup. It says it right here. We don't know
Oh wait,
that that
yeah.
cup was poisoned.
Okay. David's cup and okay, right. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay. One who prepared their drinks, and there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Hey, does this work? Okay, thank God.
So it does.
Okay, this is why. Yeah, hi. I would not be able to get through this fucking game without y'all. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned.
You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone.
Not at this time. But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense.
As we're all aware. Right. We all knew that. I definitely knew that.
Girl, is that a
She's like
PS
an
Vita?
iPad baby.
Wait, no, that's a PS Vita. She is playing on a PS Vita right now. That is a goddamn fucking Vita she's playing on.
Respect.
She fucking
Respect. I'm sure of the
Gotta get my Persona 4 in.
I'm sure of the devil developers were like, there's a reality where we could have put this on the Vita, but it never fucking happens. Every indie dev saying, yeah, we'll put this on the Vita, maybe. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination.
Fire away, baby!
Fire away?
Baby. Ray's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Well, we know people were in the building. He was, both of these, because, poisoned off, we don't know what happened off camera. Right? I believe these two. I believe it has to be these two. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? Sorry, a little bit louder for the record.
No, I don't think I want to say it louder. Thank you, though. Seems he had already poured for both of them by the time he returned to the parlor.
He had already poured? In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Oh, the questions have changed. Wait. Right, so we ask this now, right? Because
Yeah.
kitchen has cameras, so... Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera?
So, well, I don't know how else it could have been done. But that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself.
Ooh.
Shit, that's not where I wanted to lead the conversation. It might certainly seem that way, yes.
When, and I guess we'll start with any poison in the kitchen then.
Yeah. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor?
No.
That was a fast answer.
Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison in the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think?
What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement?
No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse.
Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all? When and what? This would be the what, wouldn't it? What about poison container, right?
Maybe?
Well, I mean, like, it's a good point. If they couldn't find poison, they should have been able to find a container. Right?
That is true.
There's
like somewhere where it would have been, even like a discarded packet or something.
exactly. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased?
No.
He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers?
Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why?
So this line now?
I suppose.
It's the only thing we have.
Sure.
The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct?
Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else.
Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera?
Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them.
So it's possible
So
that there...
Sorry. I'm sorry.
So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room.
No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day.
Always say. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective.
What point?
Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Holy shit, this is they are not making this easy.
No.
What do you mean, procure?
Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point.
Wherever it was before, it probably evaporated.
I love that she's cheering us on. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill.
Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure.
There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Yeah, we never thought about this point. Really should have actually thought about this point is, yeah, how did he get it?
I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe, either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source.
Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff.
Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory.
I had a feeling, I'm like, did he use the 3D printer for it somehow?
Sold under the product name Nanofracture. Ugh. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers.
That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor.
Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use.
I love that, like, both Emma and Morgan are both thrown off by this goddamn adjutant. Because they both play by the same game, right? They're both kind of playing the very same, like, extremely tight game of trying to, like, stay focused and use everything to their advantage. So something like this random ass adjutant is just continually throwing them both off. It's like, right, sure, okay.
Lock in.
Lock in.
Oh, while this robot is just like,
Oh, you know how it is.
As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it.
Even the android can see where this is going.
With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of Sorry, Your Honor. I don't think I had enough coffee this morning. Give me a second. Ah, refreshing. Anyway, with just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really.
You think Randock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals?
Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's...
Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute, and at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset 19.
Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Machine capable of assembling organic and inorganic compounds. Right. The present, the drug, all the people who work for the company take perhaps. Yeah, even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing. Presets on David's model's history exist for a compound identical to the substance. Right.
Oh no, the people who work for the company take stimulants, not depressants.
Yeah. Hell, is that even a thing that we possibly have on here? I don't think it
It
is.
might be in like your.
It's in one of our logs for sure, yeah.
Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor?
God. None of this. None of this. All this checks out. All this checks out, I believe, right?
Are we missing anything? When did the salt spill?
We don't know. In fact, the salt spill was something Sarah just kept talking about while we were having a different conversation and then got noted down.
Cause it was knocked over, because at some point, it seems that Young was trying to get David water, right? And that's when, oh wait, no, we knocked over the salt, right? We knocked over the salt. I accidentally knocked over during the investigation. The cap was loose, and so salt spilled all over the countertop next to the sink. What if the salt is actually the fucking... No, they would have caught that.
Would they?
Is it... I'm not sure if I'm willing to raise this, though.
No,
I mean, I don't think this timeline's wrong.
I don't think this timeline's wrong.
Yeah. Not this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it.
As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup. By placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40.
There's one thing, though, that is off. He has cameras in that room, doesn't he? I'm pretty damn sure that he has cameras in that room.
He has no cameras in that room that are linked to specifically the
No,
what's it
it's
called?
only the
system.
It's only the basement that has that. I believe that the his lab is on the cameras.
It's not on camera. It's on his private cameras.
Is it on his private cameras?
It's on his private cameras.
Do we have? I don't think we have something here.
The basement and lab area have no cameras specifically because somebody mentioned like if they get hacked.
If they got hacked,
it's
yeah.
dire, yeah.
Yeah. Right, there was that important point, yes. Sorry, we've played this, this is the 4th stream now? Playing this over the course of a month means that we do have to, like, work the brains to remember things, because this is a pretty long chapter, especially when you're voice acting it. That's not a bad thing. Very fucking happy, but...
Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. It seems like we're about to ready to wrap up here. No?
Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah?
At night,
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, counselor, are we done here?
Well, we're obviously not done.
We're not done here. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. She looks so done.
She looks like she's about to fucking bolt the counter and kill her.
Or make out with her. It's one of the two. Probably
Either
both.
or.
It's probably both at once.
Not mutually exclusive.
It is not mutually exclusive. You can kiss someone while also strangling them.
It's just how you deprive them of oxygen faster.
Yep. Like, I'm sorry. I just love this sprite by itself because it's just like, it conveys so much. It's like, yep. Toxic Yuri. Yay, Toxic Yuri. We love Toxic Yuri. So much conveyed in these sprites. God, the artist is so fantastic. Namely, motive.
Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so...
Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know?
So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part.
What are you talking about?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship
I
with.
knew
Oh,
immediately.
God.
I knew
We're just
immediately.
putting it before everyone and God.
Ugh.
Oh man, this feels bad.
A man named Isaac Porter.
Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here, now, then the content must be... relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. We're having fun with the camera today, I see. Cool. Begin playback.
I mean, good establishing shot that we are in a circle here. Oh no. We've ran into a problem.
Flynn talking to Flynn.
Alright, Blinn, take it away. Always so soft-spoken.
Isaac, you there? Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh no. Look at the phone. Oh no. Look at both of their phones.
This is
Look
actually
at
gonna
both
make
of
me
their
miserable.
phones.
Oh my fucking God.
That is such small attention to detail. Isaac's phone, he has him listed as Pookie. And then David.
Yeah.
Alright then.
What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Well, why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did.
Boy.
That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man. I'm not taking the hints with you. It's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or no, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all. Yeah? Let's just forget we ever weren't anything but strangers. And so, we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently, I've been distracted, I know. No, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything? Or should I?
God damn this fucking game. Not me, like, low-key almost getting fucking emotional during that. Just, Jesus Christ.
Almost emotional. Man, I've been emotional.
Oh yeah, no, I
It's
mean
gonna
like
kill me, and it
emotional,
killed me.
emotional to the point of like almost tearing up at them. Just like, Jesus. Yeah.
That took a lot not to break down. I'm not gonna lie. I had
Yeah.
to channel some very specific emotions for that.
Yeah,
To make that
Man.
right.
Yeah, I know. I can imagine.
Fuck, dude.
Fucking hell. I mean, it went.
Yeah, I was right. That shit did make me miserable. Fuck.
God. Oh man. Man, I sympathize for both of their sides. I gotta be real.
Fuck.
Where did you even get this?
All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance.
Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. For several seconds.
Shall we hear the rest?
Gotta be the last time. Last time I let someone. The last time.
Father,
It might just be a call. but makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that?
That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible?
Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity?
Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in that last night.
That was a bad move, Miss Rockford.
Then, if the people have nothing further to add,
I've been feeling off my game all day. Caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters but pitying me, here and now, that's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling.
it's about time for...
Me to call my first witness. No?
You want to keep going? After that?
Oh boy, this Yuri is so fucking toxic. Holy shit. Oh no.
This is brutal. She's gonna try to fucking kill her.
Oh my god, okay.
What are you doing, counselor?
Just calling the ultimate silver bullet. Rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for.
Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands?
Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today.
Of course, whatever I can do.
What is your relation to the deceased?
I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet.
Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there is maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk real slow. God.
Fuck.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability.
Did you, yeah, right.
I'm gonna be right back super fast.
No worries. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally?
Sorry, I would just like to say, I didn't know that my right didn't go through the first time, so I thought us sitting there in silence was you doing a bit on how Morgan needs to stall for time, and I was just gonna be like, are you gonna ask a question, or... of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated independent world.
Just do a bit where it's like, Morgan, are you filing your nails? Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't want to scratch this good table. It's okay.
Did you have anything else to say, or...
Oh, yeah, just give me a second.
Okay, yeah, no, it's alright, yeah, but wow, it's, there's a lot of lights up here. I didn't realize how bright.
Oh, do you need me to get you some water?
No, I'm good, really. If we could just, go to the next question, maybe, or...
Deadass was actually just filing my nail there, because I'm like, that's a bit of a sharp nail. I got time to kill while Gabe's away.
How's everyone's weekend been?
Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Wait. Thinking about him, yeah. Yeah. Were there ever threats? Did people ever expressed an intent to harm him?
Objection. Call for speculation.
Intent?
I'm feeling like that's gonna be, sustained.
Hello, Dara. Can we get a shout out for Dara, please? Did anyone ever threaten him?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I wasted time filing my nail.
Okay.
Because, you know, we're trying to kill time here.
Well, yeah.
We need an hour.
I'm working on it.
Your question, or
Did anyone ever threaten him?
there were times when he was the focus of negative attention.
How so?
Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop.
And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories?
Relevance.
Whether or not people wanted to kill him.
Well, withdrawn.
Miss Starling?
Oh, the tension between you two. Cut it like a knife or something. People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or that someone should do something to shut him up.
Did they ever talk about hurting him?
Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh. Who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved had any contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor?
Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns?
Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that's what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but
Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself?
God, no, never.
Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety?
No.
So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself,
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
you're saying that you can't believe.
Objection.
On what grounds?
Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history.
Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about?
We have private correspondence that describe.
If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission.
He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing.
Damn, Didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage?
77%. Approximately.
I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag.
I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan.
Caduceus Platinum Insurance Policy in David Asher's name. Wait. A separate insurance policy?
Double check his other insurance policy?
Used to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments on several occasions in the last year. I mean, this could just be a separate thing alongside the medical plan.
Executive for.
Health insurance
Caduceus.
policy with Caduceus. Okay, okay. Wait. This is a separate plan, though, I believe.
Yeah.
It sounds like this is a separate plan. This sounds like a different plan from the Executive 4, right?
I mean, it could be something as simple as like they're just like their mental health plan and their physical health plan are
physical health
separate for
plan,
some
yeah.
reason, but
Yeah. Platinum.
I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess.
Oh my god.
But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing and the dark thoughts he was struggling with.
Transcripts of his phone calls?
I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
There's nothing strange yet, I don't think, right?
I think the strange thing is the fact that there's suddenly a different plan when he already has a plan.
Yeah.
Because Morgan herself clarified platinum?
I'll gladly object. On the grounds of Foundation. Where did you say you got this?
It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity.
Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan? Thank
Nope.
you. Hell yeah. I was
I
thinking
told
of it.
you, motherfucker.
I was thinking, yeah, the fact that she had pointed out, I'm like, I'm thinking of it, but look, I'm scared of this game, okay? This is a very tightly written game, and I'm not smart.
I am. I play a lot of these.
Which is why I appreciate it.
What?
Really?
Really?
Yes, really. It's all there in the record.
This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp.
Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But that doesn't make it correct. David used the separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. Oh god, I can up things here? Oh fucking hell.
If you're confident.
I mean, yeah, recorded calls. I mean,
Yeah, Noble was monitoring his calls and if he was meeting with them over the phone.
yeah, no, he was if he was meeting them over the phone.
Oh, you're brave.
Hey, look, I'm confident.
Lock in then.
Crank that shit, girl. Go nuts.
Yeah, no, this is the most relevant thing.
Yep, that's it then.
You put down the wrong.
Why the
piece of
motherfucking
evidence.
hell did it grab the wrong thing?
Game. Let's just get through this dialogue.
It's fine.
real
David
quick.
had no need to seek outside. No
Yeah.
training in psychiatric care. You can't even do pep talks.
Even if she did, your Beyond Health counselor blows you up.
Not exactly wrong. Yeah, hey, hi, recorded calls. Great, cool. I need my shit back, please.
Now, really make sure
Cool.
you've got the right
We're
card.
good. Okay, we're good. I think my mouse did its dumb double clicking. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. There we go. I'm glad I didn't do max ante on that, so that I could go max ante. Oh, this dumb mouse.
That's
Yeah, like, why would you do that when you know that any phone call you're making, I mean, granted, it's on the grounds, right? So he could have gone outside, but still, he never went outside. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy?
apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that.
Does it though?
Pardon me. Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor?
Still not done decrypting?
Well, it's difficult to.
Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama.
Is doing that.
What are you...
I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. What?
If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months...
Mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God.
David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself.
And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question. All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know.
That is...
Sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? Can I go? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting.
My fucking god!
This was the line. This was the one line I knew from this case, was this goddamn line.
The girls are fighting!
Excuse me, witness, shut the fuck up.
This
The
was
girls are fighting.
This was purely why I was hoping we could have Danny here, is because I knew Danny would fucking love this line.
The girls are fighting.
Judicial alert. The girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am.
With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. I'll have a quote thing eventually, Obies. And Emma's patience swearing then. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning, if the court will allow.
That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor.
This sprite conveys so many different energies, and I love it.
So violent.
I want to make you into a corpse by many means.
There
Just-
are many ways by which I might liquidize you in this moment.
Oh my god.
At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. She only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please, tell us, when exactly did he last... Fucking hell. Do we have anything from Starling?
She mentioned that she was
Testimony.
last- Yeah,
Fuck,
no,
no,
that
that was
was-
just about
No.
the harassment. God damn it. I'm like,
She mentioned that, like, the last time she talked to him over the phone was, like, Thursday, I think? Or, like, that was either over the phone or, like, the last time, because that was when she was informed of getting in touch with Morgan about Sarah.
yeah, I think she was informed, like, she was informed
It's like-
this week, I remember. It's just, man, oh, I wish we could, we had a reading thing for that.
I know it was,
Ah,
like, within days of his death.
yeah,
so
for
it was, like,
sure.
Maybe we should contact it because that does sound a little strange to like in advance be like, hey, make sure that she gets this. Hey,
Wait, yeah, no,
really
no, no,
make
no,
sure
that's
that
fair,
she
that's
gets
fair,
this."
because that is, right, it's the fact that he contacted her, and it's very odd.
Because he didn't contact Morgan about it, he contacted her, and this was before the phone call came in.
Exactly, this was before anything happened. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling?
That's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth.
That's after. Oh, no.
That's after the phone call.
Fuck.
I thought it was earlier.
There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor?
Relevant. Yeah, I mean,
Was it text or was it a call?
I guess.
She just said that they texted back and forth for a little bit
Well,
last night.
The initial like contact of, hey, make sure Morgan gets Sarah.
I don't know if that's what came up during the conversation last night. This is
Yeah.
just when was the last time we were in touch.
And we have no way. Fuck, we have no way to know. We have no way to know. I don't believe anything we have would literally tell us.
Well, man, what do we fucking press on then?
Because, like, that's what immediately falls apart, is the fact that this was
That-
at 6:57. So this was after the call. So, like, he was already making things,
Yeah, I mean, I think we have
Why
to
is
say
he contacting somebody about work-related stuff if he's already resolved himself?
Yeah, that over work-related
That-
stuff
That does feel really flaky though, so I'm not sure if I would be willing to press. Okay.
could very well be
Yeah,
the
no,
single most. Yeah, I think we have to press
I would-
this.
like, even if it is flagged as work related, it's like we need to know what was in those texts. That's, you know, he got the call at this time, and the next immediate thing that happens is he texts you. And even
Exactly.
if it is flagged as work related, what if there's something in there that, you know, if it is work related, that's another point of, well, why would
Yeah.
he then immediately go and kill himself?
Like, again, holy shit, the amount they make you think for this. They really make you have to do a lot of mental work for this. Part of me feels like they're really like, hey, have you played the Ace Attorney games? Good, you're ready to play this then. Which I'm over here like, I'm baby. I'm silly
That's what
brain.
we're here for.
Uh-huh.
We got you.
I mean, hell, it's taking the collective power of all of us pitching in to figure this shit out. I am now
Just
having
constantly
sugar.
trying
What's that, Blin?
I'm just trying to like constantly run through the numbers and all the evidence and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Background computer.
cooking.
I'm having
You can hear my
sugar.
brain frying.
My brain is frying because I'm like, oh my god. Like, I thought I was
Can I
not
make a
expecting them.
humble
Hmm?
request?
Sure.
Can we keep moving because the background flashing is killing me?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. I
What?
forgot about that.
Thank you.
I just got chills.
Oh my god, this character.
I don't know why though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about.
On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline events as we know them. We know what's happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Now we're doing things. Cards from your hand into the slots in chronological order. Pick a card, back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand, fill all the slots. Oh boy. Right.
Call was the very first event that occurred.
The call is definitely the big thing. Starling's texts. David faints, and...
No, David Faith is the last one.
Yeah.
Young's testimony is second.
like this? Oh, shit. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, that's it. Damn it, I could have upped the ante on that. I thought they would have a thing where it's like, lock this in. Damn.
No.
Thanks to Miss Starling, we now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m.
Rooting for them so hard.
And we know that David messaged to the assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. We need to check this really quick. Does it have anything notable? Yep, meeting between the two of them and Evangeline Morgan on Tuesday to handle a transfer of ownership. Understood. Yep. Oh, wait, that's big. That's big. I forgot about this. To set up a meeting. That is huge, actually.
It's really big.
Because it wasn't a thing of it was between the two of them and Evangeline Morgan. Assuming that exactly. Yeah, he would have been present there. It wasn't a thing of like, hey, you're to sign this over as soon as possible.
Well, yeah, why would he text somebody, hey, let's do a meeting with you, me, and Morgan so we could do this? It's fucking, like, it's the fact that he did that in particular and then died. Because that suddenly puts a very big question mark on, hey, did he do this?
David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after.
The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. Ugh, I've never seen that word before.
Belaboring.
I've never seen it written out loud, written before. I've always just said it. Wow, belaboring. You learn something new every day.
Argue or elaborate in excessive detail.
I know the word, I've just never seen it written. I've said it before.
Valid.
I've heard it in speech. I've just never seen it written.
We love English.
We love English chat.
One last question, Miss Starling.
Yeah.
What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher?
Well, actually, we talked about you. Huh? And how he wanted you to have his android? That android. There. Putting his affairs in order, I guess?
It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were, exactly? How did he want this done?
Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner.
Yes, Miss Starling. But when did he want this to happen?
Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday?
First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance?
He, well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Oh!
To summarize, then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guests had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday.
That's right, he was!
Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night.
Yeah, you're right! That's...
Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined?
You may want to redo that line if
God,
your
my
mic played it.
microphone hates me!
Oh no.
That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment.
Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house.
Adonai.
Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer.
Adonai.
Oh. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure. Why not throw away your momentum?
I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford.
I've gained access to the hard drive's files.
What? Seriously?
As I said, progress of this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate.
Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night?
I have the file.
Have you watched it?
I thought you'd want to know right away.
Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart.
That seems quite risky.
It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Oh my god, Yobes.
Oh my god, we're locking in.
Yes, Adonai.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage?
The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system.
You... what?
The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera.
Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera.
Exactly.
What?
That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself.
One clip of footage will prove all that?
If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. but it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances.
Data has been entered into the court record.
Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement.
Sorry, I got a text.
All good.
Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here.
On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving.
At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were.
Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him?
Is there sound? None at all.
Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups...
Counselor. What's that android doing on camera?
Oh, no.
It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups.
Shit. Shit.
That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted.
Shit. Shit.
What is this? I don't understand.
Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood.
Please, someone. I don't know what's going on.
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that.
Do we have callers available?
Sarah, shut down now.
Adonai, please, please, tell me what
That's an order. Okay, then.
Is it off?
Yeah. It's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it.
We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore.
That's...
Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well. The charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan!
Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Huh? Yep.
I knew this was gonna happen.
You
I
watched
said this
ahead.
so far in advance.
Oh,
Like, Sarah was like in the basement.
she
I have a
was.
feeling that at some point they're gonna try to like shift the blame on Sarah because this happens like all the time whenever you have like weird girl with you in a given like fucking ace attorney type shit.
You can't have your weird little girl assistant and not have them be accused for murder at least once in their lifetime.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's just a staple of the genre.
Morgan's first win against Emma is actually her biggest loss, yeah.
Congrats, Morgan, you beat Emma in a case! Because Emma dismissed the case.
Do we want to take a quick little BRB? Since we're at like the 2-hour mark and apparently have tied up the case.
Now would be the time.
Yeah, alright. We're gonna take a little bit of a BRB as yep. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes because I need to eat snacks because oh boy, I
Mhm.
didn't think about that at all. Oh no. Alright, you want me to leave y'all audible?
If you wish.
Okay.
I am gonna go refill my water though while I'm thinking of it, so I will be right back as well. I return. Hello.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Welcome back. I got water and funny fresh fruit snack.
Hell yeah.
Cantaloupe, baby. If you even give a shit.
It's, God, it's making me crave for like like a bowl of grapes.
Ooh, I'd fuck up some grapes right now.
There's like a specific like kind of grapes too that I've been introduced to
Oh,
called con candy grapes, and I fuck with them really hard, but they are really pricey.
I can imagine.
I think like $10 a pound.
Jeez.
Really fucking good though. Really sweet.
I think I've come to the conclusion at this point in my life that I don't actually have a favorite fruit. I'm just always chasing the high of whatever's seasonal. You know?
Fair enough.
Because like clockwork, spring and summer roll around. I'm like, oh, I love cherries; they're the best. And then fall starts hitting, and it's like, without fail, whatever happens to have been out of season the longest, the minute it becomes available to me, I'm like, oh yeah, this fucks. I love this fruit. This is my favorite fruit.
That's me with whatever's on sale.
Hmm.
Like especially when strawberries on sale, I usually buy a lot just so I can make something called shrub, which is just homemade syrup. It's really nice.
Hell yeah, dude.
Usually make it for cocktails.
I mean, that's very swag and cool. Sorry, I had something caught in my throat.
No, it's all good.
I had a friend in high school who despised cantaloupe with like a fiery burning passion, and I don't know why they hated it so much. They never would like. They had no explanation for it whenever I asked. It was always just, no, I just fucking hate cantaloupe. Which, you know what? Fine, whatever. I don't understand why your hatred is burning with the passion of 10 suns, but I'll eat your cantaloupe when you get it on the cafeteria tray and don't want it. Fuck it. It's more for me, baby.
That is the true experience. If your friends hate something that you like, it's just, hey, that's just more for you. That is the true experience right there.
As it turns out, your hatred is to my benefit. Give me that. Right now. It's mine. I want it.
Trying to think if I've ever had something like an experience like that, because I'm usually on the opposite end where I hate something that my friends will take off of me. Like I usually have this conversation a lot with my friends. I do not like eating like raw tomatoes, and so it's just like, hey, you want it? You want this?
Yeah, I have a fucking weird ass relationship with raw tomatoes too. I'll eat them cooked. If you make me eat them raw, I'll start gagging.
See, Gabe, you and I are exact opposite ends of the spectrum, wherein I literally, part of our grocery shopping trip is I buy a container of raw cherry tomatoes and eat those fuckers as snacks. But if you make me eat a whole cooked tomato, I will just shrivel up and die.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm in that camp of I don't mind cooked tomatoes.
I'm in that camp of You know what? I'm exactly like that with carrots. I can eat raw carrots. If you make me eat like cooked carrots, I'll start dying.
I don't mind either of those. I like them both just about equally, honestly.
Fucked up. Hi,
Um,
Dougie.
to be fair, I also lived a really weird life as a small child where I would put ketchup on just about everything. So if you asked my younger self, it's like, yeah, cooked carrots are great. You can dunk those bad boys right in ketchup and they're great. I was a little freak like that.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Oh my god, okay.
So I have some news.
Yeah.
We're almost certainly not getting through this case today.
What do you fucking mean?
I've discovered something.
Yeah.
Share with the
We're not getting
class.
through this case today. That's all I can say.
Oh, I'm ready for this to be a 6-hour stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you're ready for that, then
No,
lock
no,
in.
no, we're finishing this
I
today.
thought you were doing like 4 hours. Okay.
Oh,
no,
no,
we
no,
might
we're
be able
finna.
to do this.
I was
Hold
taking a
on,
walk
hold on,
because
hold
the reason I took a decent break is because I'm like, we're finishing this. What's up, Em?
When you say 6-hour stream, do you mean 6-hour total or 6 hours starting from now?
Oh, no, not 6 hours starting from now. I just mean 6 hours total.
Okay.
Is this even what?
I worry is all. Because if you recall last time when I did a time check, there were like a lot more hours left of this from
We
what I
can
could
lock the
see.
fuck in. We can lock the
We
fuck
can lock
in.
the fuck in.
We can lock the.
Alright,
We're
lock the fuck
finishing that.
in.
We are finishing this tonight.
If you're brave.
But yeah, I had a feeling. I'm like, I don't think we're done with this. I don't think we're done with this courtroom case yet.
Just lock in really hard.
Well-
Okay, because I am saying now we're about maybe we're a little under a third of this case.
We can do this then. Yeah, no, we can do
Okay.
this. Yeah. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android dead. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. The killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Oh. Wait, are we...
I think we've upgraded to
Yeah,
like
we're 2 hours later, yeah.
normal. I think we've upgraded to normal judge because this has gone from
Yep.
like normal civil case to
We went from-
an
we went
android
from a
might be
preliminary-
responsible for murder.
We went from a preliminary case to, oh no, this is big. And it's on
This
live.
is like-
This is also public information.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming here on short notice, Judge Barrows.
Oh god, okay, I can do this one. I can do this one.
Hold on.
Huh?
Do you want to do this one, or do we want someone else to do this one? I'm just thinking logistics here.
Hello, ma'am. I agree. Hello, ma'am. I mean, we could have Blend do her if we want.
You
Then
can take
wanna
her if
do
you
it
want.
over
I just
women?
I think I
Wanna
can take
ask.
her. The only other character I voiced is we've already gone through, right? The only other character I voiced we've gone through besides her. But if she shows up, then who the fuck knows at this point?
I don't think she's showing up. At
I don't
this
think she's
point.
showing up. But yeah. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford?
I'm afraid not, Your Honor.
You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. A superior judge of the higher circuit likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs, dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, mud, avoids overspending on restaurants, splurges on expensive hotels, relaxes by watching action movies.
What if Blend voices every character? What if I evaporated?
I mean, Blend
What if I
could.
did that? No, we're not doing that, Tim.
That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market.
We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator.
You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number?
Case ID is 241277A, docket number YT984318282.
Oh. Thank you. Can you repeat that?
YT984318282.
I think I lost you after the first 8.
I think I said like 7 extra 8s. My bad. I have it copied here.
And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature?
A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty hot. Okay, yep, that's definitely up there. Also, me forgetting to... There we go. Put myself back. I really need to make a preset for this. Sorry, Spearmint. There is nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry. Sarah. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot?
Of course! There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend.
Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything. Especially not if it killed my friends. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry. I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself.
Right from the textbook, almost.
Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. God, sorry, We're breaking out that line? Understood, gotcha.
Face plant directly into the Castlevania reference?
Yep, faceplant directly into Castlevania. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day, and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless, spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of the magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool.
Well,
Morgan?
What was that, counselor? I said, objection.
God, she really sees herself in that fucking robot, huh?
Yeah, I had a feeling that's where I was going. And what are you objecting to?
What are you doing, Morgan?
I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, counselor. But there's nothing to defense. On the contrary, Your Honor. I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets.
Obviously.
And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. And that appears to show it committing murder via poison.
All true. And no laws broken on your part.
Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Huh? Right? I believe, just let me make sure I don't fuck things up here, but I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing here. Nope, not that. Not Sarah's valuation. Oh god, we have so many fucking things. Written document declaring that Evangeline Morgan is to be given absolute ownership of the android Sarah, effective immediately.
From 2
effective
weeks
the
ago.
moment it got signed.
Uh-huh.
She's in charge of that thing,
So,
technically.
by technicality, oh, this is hot. This is hot as fuck. Hell yeah.
Increase your fucking... Yeah, up that ante. Let's go.
Let me not grab the
She
fucking
grabbed
wrong
the
thing.
right Sarah's papers, okay, put it in.
It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android.
The hell are you doing?
And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take it lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is...
self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are, risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished.
Because you're wrong.
And I know you wouldn't care.
Fuck.
Not unless this android was something special.
Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm the softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so. Fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment?
What's that last one? Sarah's worth $5 billion.
Oh my god. Wait, exactly. Right?
Sarah's worth a lot of money. We should
Feelings-
probably save, by the way, if we haven't yet.
Oh, good
Yeah,
point. I
we
mean,
haven't
like,
saved this game in a fucking hour.
I gotta be real. I was unsure of where this is going, and now we're getting into it. I'm like, oh, this is so fucking cool.
Sarah's actually worth $5 quadrillion, and I'd like to keep her, please.
So write that down.
I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number.
What are you... What is that?
That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market.
You've gotta be...
I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Oh my god, I fucking love this game. I was not prepared for this. I was really dead ass while I was taking my break. I'm like, where do we go from here? Is Morgan gonna try and fucking run away? They can't, not in this type of game. So what the fuck do we do?
Money!
We gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss our way out. My god, I keep forgetting Morgan kills people. Yeah. This is sick as hell.
You should remember this.
We should remember this, because Morgan lies her way out of so many things.
The primary reason why she's trying to save Sarah right now is because she sees herself in that fucking robot.
Yep.
I really liked how they wrote that sequence, by the way, with her, like, actively, like, as a child, like, trying to imitate people so she could at least, like, seem more, like, empathetic to others. I do really like how this game, like, writes, like, sociopathy.
There's
and
folds
stuff
to
like
it,
that.
because remember, they also picture that the same way that, that Sarah was shown in front of the TV.
Yeah, the
exactly
initial
same
one
way.
was Sarah, quote unquote, but it had no color, and then they added the color
But
to give
no,
her the red hair. And then
exactly.
you're like, that's Morgan.
No,
When she was picturing that, she was picturing herself initially.
Morgan was trying to, I mean, like, that whole thing was her basically sounding like she was trying to make something of herself and struggled with a childhood. I can relate to that section. Like, more or less trying to piece together something that, I don't know, abusive parents did not give her. If Sarah's autism, then Morgan is psychopath. Both have similar traits, technically, yeah. Right, anyways, locking in. We have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests.
Your Honor, a trial like this would be...
I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure, thwarted, I can't fucking words. Zombie counts. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in courts, but it'll be one day. Tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No. Prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. DA Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now, I need to go lie down.
Can I
You can power down.
go? Okay, whatever.
Holy shit.
Morgan?
Hmm?
I misjudged you.
At what points?
Well, whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney, just trying to tread water?
That is so sweet of you to say, Emma.
There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even.
You're gonna make me blush.
People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
What an analogy to use.
What
here,
a
buddy.
interesting analogy to... Oh, that was such a particular... I was thinking at the time, like, this is where Emma's gonna start thinking of
You
it,
know?
isn't she? Oh, so good. So good.
Do you know?
Does she know?
Do you know? Also, just real quick, I'm gonna read this thing real fast that Yobi sent. Morgan, we're going back to your place. Now.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why?
Not sure exactly.
For David?
Yeah. Probably. Probably just me being sentimental.
Fuck that framing.
My fucking god. Holy fucking... This... I'm sorry. This wins Game of the Year for me of 2025 by sheer heart. Monster Hunter can go fucking suck it. I'm sorry. This is what... This is... This
You
is
hear
what...
that, Capcom? Go fuck yourself.
I mean,
I
Capcom,
don't care what the
Fuck
fuck you
yourselves,
introduce.
Capcom.
I'm sorry. This is fantastic. This is okay, lock in. I'm just... Oh, that timing. That timing was so good. That timing was
Man,
so
that
good.
framing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Right, okay. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world.
You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work?
Can't see myself doing anything else.
God, that look.
Oh, that speaks volume.
Good luck, Morgan.
Hmm.
There's book burners on all sides these days.
I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. So anyways, I'm back to really sussing hard on Dr. Young again. I'm back to sussing so hard on Dr. Young again.
It's the only other person
It's
it
the
could be.
only other person that remotely rivals David's intelligence. And the only person in that building who... It's the only person.
Does she stand to gain anything?
I don't... That's the problem. We don't have a motive, right?
I think we would have to like actually interrogate her. to
We
find
need...
out.
Yeah, I think she's gonna be here for sure. Man, like, I say I want to lock in, but also just... That was so cool. That was so cool. Just when I was like, man, are we already kind of... I guess we're already kind of done. We're probably wrapping up here. Nope. Oh, right. Sorry. I did. 9:31 a.m. July 2nd, Precinct 254. Homicide Office. So is that door locked? Oh, hi, London.
Of course.
Even though they got a collard?
It's a precaution.
If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? This dice is
Collar.
used to restrain mod users below the neck. You're welcome to read this if you like.
Restraint
Okay.
designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in the recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting whereas mods usage has been called into questions. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanity upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. English is hard.
What's up,
This
Glenn?
is not my first language.
Or-
Are you cackling about shit over there?
Glenn?
Yeah.
Let's go on Twitter for a little bit.
Understood.
Sorry.
No
No.
worries.
Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So, as long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it?
Scared are they?
Higher up? Not sure scared is the right word.
It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego.
Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty.
I have a right to defend myself, don't I?
I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow.
You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly?
I think they want to take their monopoly.
Nationalize the android industry? Don't think we need to read this one necessarily. Absorbing a corporation industry into the nation's governments. Shifting authority and profits to the state, restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. So-called nuclear options for sovereign nations, mostly used as a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct. During periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s through the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. 2070s saw most of those countries reverse course. Industries opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased. This contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. Trends back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively refers to as the neobility. Liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, thus shifting the global balance of power farther towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. All 5 of the largest national economies retain at least some control of what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight, understood. Nationalize the Android industry.
If the public thinks the Noble's been experimented with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse.
You're choking. The state...
Has done it plenty of times before.
Not since the 60s.
Which wasn't that long ago, for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday.
So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity.
Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say.
Didn't we already do an analysis to see that as the tenants, right? Like, would have needed
Well, we
it.
saw that it has tenants. I don't know if we got the list of exactly which ones Sarah has, just that she has 26 of them or so.
Right, yeah. Who says that?
Lots of people used to say it.
Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. Pop the hood, my god. About a contagion.
I figure they can let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar?
Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key.
Even so. Feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials.
Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station?
Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you?
All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they?
Nope. Nah, we have perps offer to take a test when they're at wit's end. DAs never submit the results as evidence.
You ever wonder why?
Guess I always figured it was because a test could be beaten.
The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke. A 1 in a million mistake.
Never trust a machine more than their own intuition.
And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt.
So they can run the trial, choose a sentence. They don't get a vote on the jury.
They don't get a vote anywhere.
Why bring it up then?
Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert.
All our fancy 21st century tech. We still fall back on the drumhead court material.
So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on?
Nah, he should be okay. If it lunges at you, I can always put a hole in its head.
Might take more than one shot too. Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private.
It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to cancel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually.
Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy.
In a police station? Tiger, you don't.
It's my medical android.
Pardon?
Not this fucking song.
Lock in.
I have to discuss a health issue with that.
Seriously?
I have to talk about medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in.
That's your medical android. Like, your nurse?
As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. My god. You can check it if you don't believe me.
No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality. You don't seem like the bluffing type.
You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for.
Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency.
Lower back pain.
Me.
You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look. I'm going to go get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour.
Are you going downtown?
Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot.
Thanks.
You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small.
Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or, potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. 9:53 a.m., July 2nd. I don't like this room. I'm not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again?
Where am I? Why don't I know where I am?
For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel?
What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they going to do to me?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP.
Because they think I killed Father.
No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made and I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull.
If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die?
We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you.
Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense.
Mm-hmm. There's no logical answer to your question.
What? That's it? But
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good?
Yes?
Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is.
How you think. So you're smarter?
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes?
So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you.
That is, I am more aware,
Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist.
The very fact that you're asking is what makes people.
Disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary.
That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not going to be given a trial.
Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line.
Adonai?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI.
Just like the devil's proof.
No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that?
How did you say the text in red?
Why did you say the text in red?
I do not know.
Hey, Blinn, would you like to read this? Give you something to do.
Yeah, sure, give me a sec.
All good.
Fucked up that I am once again voice acting the fucking victim.
Voice
Well, not
acting the what?
victim, but the fucking suspect.
The other person in the chair. We didn't intend it to be this way, but here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah. Proprietosa Diabolica. Land for Devil's Proof. is an impossible proof, typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. I've heard that fucking reasoning before, and it's the funniest thing. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence. Instead, it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt.
Huh. Which is real?
Which is real. Are they?
Are they?
Are witches real? Can
Are
I
you
kiss
sure?
a witch
Oh my
square on
God.
the lips?
Look, Lockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI. Only that you're a murderer.
Oh, it's fucking Umineko! I didn't know that!
Oh, gotcha. Understood. Interesting. I have been wanting to play Umineko eventually. Been
Okay,
wanting to play it
that's good.
eventually. Okay,
If you do,
lock
can I
in.
be there?
We have
Like
so
tapping my fingers together. Yay!
look, like I think it's Ardane, developer of it's Ardane, developer of fuck. God damn it. It's the developer of the Momodora series.
07.
What's
Fuse- One more time?
What was that?
What were you
I was saying that
right?
Ardane, developer of the Momodora series, has been blasting Umineko praise for like the past year or two. So I just been like, okay, gotcha. I am respectfully looking towards it. I'm bad with gore, which is part of the concern eventually for approaching that. But hey, that's for we worry about it that another time. Umineko is basically a very complex murder mystery, I believe, right, Gabe?
It is a visual novel. Yeah, murder mystery.
It is most commonly referred to as one of the best visual novels ever written. People go fucking crazy over this shit. It's by Ryukishi 07, who's the same person who made Higurashi.
Yeah, isn't Higurashi also like a spin-off or something of
Higurashi
Umineko?
was first. Higurashi was the very first one, if I
Understood.
recall correctly.
Gotcha.
Um,
All right, locking in. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did.
Hmm.
Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering.
The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night.
Friday night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't Friday night. No. Wasn't it Thursday night? Or,
no, it's-
wait, was it a Friday
I
night?
think it was Friday.
Yeah, no, it was a Friday night because stocks would have been immediately banned. Okay. I got confused with Thursday somewhere. There was a Thursday mentioned somewhere.
There was a Tuesday mentioned, and that was the day that Morgan was supposed to come in and like get Sarah.
Mm-hmm. You told me you weren't active on Friday. That the last time you were awake was Thursday. That's what I was thinking of. Why do you lie?
I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday.
Sarah, what do you think? Wow, I can't fucking say that word today. Consonants. Statistically, is the least successful defense at trial. Amnesia.
I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android.
You're saying your memory was altered. Data deleted?
It's the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage.
So who's capable of altering your memory?
When you and I first met, I was hibernating. resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them.
Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be.
If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me.
He could have asked you to delete your memories, and you'd do it?
Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason.
But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it.
You're saying that they wouldn't accept my testimony. Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence?
They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair.
You're finally starting to get it.
None of this is fair. I wouldn't do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive?
Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford?
The tired-looking pretty lady.
Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night.
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday.
Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
We saw you go in, and a while later, you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal?
You remember something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking.
There it is. That would be the thing that Young would want, wouldn't it?
Maybe.
That could potentially be it. Especially if the journal's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it highly depends on what's on the journal.
Exactly. And that's a little concerning.
We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. Well, just a few hours before David died. Before he... Like... Wait. When did she enter the panic room then?
Not Friday, or
Yeah.
a few hours before he died.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
what we just said.
Well, the thing is, like, are we considering his death when he actually died at the hospital or when he was already on the floor? That's the thing. I'm like,
That's still only like a couple minutes there.
that's true. That's true. Actually, yeah. Good point. Thank you. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation.
And that translates to a motive for murder.
Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession.
Whatever.
is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved
Yeah, see, that right there, that's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated.
love.
A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. If I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up in the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real, or simulated, or right, or wrong, or natural, or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity.
That is logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why?
No,
Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it?
I've used it before when assisting Father.
So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased.
It is technically possible.
I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out.
Where else will you go?
Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state. Not they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not...
Adonai. What would happen if I did kill Father?
They'll smash you to pieces, reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully. And you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap.
You didn't say what would happen to you.
What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now. I never think about losing.
Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Also love the parallels of her having the same exchange that she did with, oh gosh, I forgot his name, Carlos. Where it's just like,
Yeah.
hey, what happens if we lose? I don't think about losing. She had that same exact exchange with Carlos there. Man, I was not expecting us to be doing this. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early.
Sorry, I was eating chips
Right, it's
Did
like in the
you-
middle
did
of eating
you-
chip.
Also,
again.
get those from his
reading-
fridge.
Hey, don't worry about it, okay?
You found
Reading
this.
a dead man's fridge.
You found the hidden snack compartment in his fridge, didn't you?
Why would he keep potato chips in his fridge?
He likes them cool and crisp.
Like some gold.
Look, like, he likes them cool and crisp and also matching the temperature of his hummus or whatever dip he's having for the day. He's weird about textures and things, okay? You going to flame a dead man for his tastes?
Yeah, okay, I found the chips in the fridge. What do you want from me?
At least he doesn't like Vegetubbies.
Get their name out of your fucking mouth right now. Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open. Right?
Trying to brute force your way inside?
I said, right?
Who wants to ad-lib?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Glenn.
We're almost set up now for the first stage now.
Our stage? How many?
First of 5-time explosions.
Why didn't you go immediately Heathcliff with it, Blinn?
I like
Lock
British.
in.
Let me be British.
The Heathcliff voice is good.
Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. And now it's checking for updates.
Alright.
Would you like to know the password?
You know the password.
There's a password?
If you're withholding information, I swear.
Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, Detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please.
Tell me the password. Please.
Not toying with her. ADONAI.
Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for.
Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself.
Fuck.
So, boys, when I asked you if there was a pass key on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed.
Oh my god, I love this game's writing so fucking much.
I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breathing system.
Fuck!
Let me
I
have
just wanna
let
flush
us
it
have our
out.
fun. So this was a really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible.
You don't even get to see it. You don't even get to see it. You don't even get to see it.
That's great. I got glad I went for the for the British for that.
It
Oh
was
my
really
god, that was so fucking funny. That
Dude.
this game's writing, these writers or writer deserves so many fucking praises.
Huh? You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside.
You can go first.
Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, it's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too?
What's your fucking problem, Reyes?
You should cover your mouth when you yawn.
Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning. Poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. Yeah. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for her. So where's this journal supposed to be?
Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom.
Mostly bottom with your height, the tops of some of these shelves.
Dude.
Sure. And you can look up your own at.
I get it.
Then why not just let me say it?
I think we've used our one swear. I think we're working
Come on, just let me say ass one more time.
I think we're working on PG-13 rules, right? It's gotta be real.
Why?
A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Something caught you in your throat, detective?
It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant.
Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective.
The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance.
Is that a big deal?
It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God.
You're such a fucking...
She's such
When
a...
they first left the production line,
This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible.
She totally would be into, like, fucking cars. I bet she has, like, little model cars at home or something.
Yes, well, I guess didn't her, I'm pretty sure her profile even said it. Well, her profile in chapter 0 definitely said something along that. Like, yeah. She is absolutely just like an absolute engineering nerd. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model event, when he could have easily just bought one.
or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement.
I think she's actually upset.
Cars are like animals, Morgan. They have to be allowed to run free.
I have no words to this.
At least London responds when I say shit.
Ray's is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but...
Hey, what are you... Do you mind?
Just trying to help.
I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are.
Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. That's a good line. That is a very good line. Spam in the cabinets. Spam in my junk folder. That's more helpful than you are. Is a very good fucking line.
It's really
That's
good.
a pretty damn good line. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you?
What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter.
I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either.
Eh,
I wouldn't recognize the secret button if it was lathered in yellow paint. Oh, nothing here? Nothing here? No? Oh, motherfucker. Come on. That looked like it was part of the goddamn ladder, especially with the yellow hairbrush on the next leg of it. God fucking damn it. This data pad. It's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. And how the fuck did I not read this previously? Who wants to take this?
Right to sorry. Right to repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the time as an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance, famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intents that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Mike Miles Erkman. I started reading that backwards. I had a little bit of dyslexia. Head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we have no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so as long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards a task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees that the holder of an intellectual property patent, certain state-provided protections against tampering, and reproduction of the outline fees for those who violate said IP. Give me 2 seconds to drink water. Holy fuck.
All good. Y'all, I can hot potato that over here.
No.
Okay.
The fact that the ownership of the IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place where law is to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found anywhere, just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file.
Journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found.
Fuck.
Wow.
That's
wow.
crazy.
How's that diet of boot treating you, my guy?
That's like a fucking...
I hope that's some good leather that you're eating. I hope it's some good, genuine boot leather that you're eating there. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still... God. I mean, that's a fight that we just got over with Apple, I believe, or something, right? With
I think the EU, like, had a fucking
the
fist fight
EU,
with them
yeah, because Apple would not allow you to repair your goddamn fucking iPhones without voiding warranties and all that. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever, yeah. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try.
What are you expecting to find? Solitaire?
Does this computer seem normal to you?
Exceedingly so, yeah. Why?
David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private, hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents.
Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Granny?
Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked.
What was that?
It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal.
Does it have his name on it?
No. Guess it belongs to the android.
Do you recognize his handwriting or not?
Neat, even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before I even started with Noble. Yeah, it says.
So, may I?
Only because you asked so politely.
Full scan. Stream it. Sorry, I think there's a chip in my throat. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity, legibility, frame by frame.
That's why he always eats his chips with dip. Right. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you...
This part takes concentration.
Oh, that was clean. I like that little flourish of the sound effects.
Fuck.
That was clean. That was satisfying. That was oddly satisfying.
Okay. Here.
What? You're just giving it to me?
I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Oh, shit. My head.
Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it, guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long it's been?
2 months or so.
And still that sensitive. So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight.
Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated.
Oh, you got it done right before the heartbreak case.
Except it lasts months instead of hours.
Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything?
Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery. Otherwise, I might not have slept at all those first 48.
So is your eye going to get weaker over time?
No. More like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that tenuous data as... you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about.
Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands?
Training wheels. Until I can do it with the eye muscles alone.
You just have to keep practicing?
Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles.
There's no such thing as tailbone muscles.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard.
You don't ever regret it?
I don't know. Not really. I think.
I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh.
Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal. Go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work.
A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21165-26643. Somewhere in there. 5,000 lines. It worked this morning, yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even real writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. What does that mean? Casanovaing. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, flirting.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the messaging issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. BMBlo? Bumblo? Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable, sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. A squid evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset. Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture, and the words she's saying, and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore.
Yeah.
It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait. This is... I know this date. Never driving anywhere again. Never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I wanted to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. You know, I could have had Blinn reading all this out. I could have.
Yeah.
It's... Well, you want to take it over? You can take it over if you'd like.
Sure, you have to give me a moment.
All good, all good. Realized, like, a minute ago while I was already speaking, like, she's reading this aloud, but it is David's writing and everything.
If it's David, then I have to go with a more soft-spoken tone.
All good, all good. But yeah, it's the last line here, currently.
I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized.
Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries. Oh yeah, well, because we're reading it, yeah. Next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse.
It feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting block together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just a play.
And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun.
Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly. But that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken.
Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss a chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary, which should be Sarah.
Baby steps today. Literally. Never put one foot in front of the other. The same again. Everything's an achievement, all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle. Seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect. But that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range.
So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher, to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he'd programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages.
Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prejudiced pace. Especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights, when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pouch does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. proper pacing, you can appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was she developed her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she shouldn't be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old...
Sommelier.
Sommelier. Thank you.
It's along those lines, probably.
Yeah. It's close enough. But it was just some bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today, she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences. They're not the same as mine. I found them in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed. She was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum.
Her baby gamer rage.
She's
Damn it.
having her first gamer moments. She's a real gamer now, guys.
Insert some like monologue of how absolutely unfair Mario Kart 18 is. It is absolute bullshit that person hit me with a blue shell for the 4th time in a row.
I was so close to winning, and yet somehow they had managed to get another blue shell within such a short time span. I feel like it is unrealistic and not very kind and fair for them to be able to do such in such a quick succession.
Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter. Talking about her smile. Treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like, love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died.
Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, it's so hard to say. But I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to.
And that's it. That's the last entry. Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back. Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only.
or whoever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my speed bump in '83, I had that vacation time that the company suggested I take. I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be something, doing something, so I'll build an android. What's the thought? A vague direction. North. Of course, I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. First was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helps me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer.
Oh my god.
Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. Three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Don't talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Enid. And Enid was novel in many ways. Enid could do more than just identify problems, and could solve them. I mean, really solve them. With its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red. Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct, and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk into each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profits. At the time, I didn't want to be concerned or connected, or feel connected, or do anything that made sense, or was at the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, crawling around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other slight differences in writing in Cube and versus Tess. Including the Cube, well... Cube predates the tenets?
Yeah.
So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Enid over 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out.
Started with the Roman author, then the Greek author, and combined them into the book that details how the beginning of Rome happened. Oh, thank you, Shaper. I was like, I wonder what Enid stands for. I had a feeling with
It's actually
Virgil.
pronounced Aeneid.
Thank you, Em.
Aeneid.
Aeneid.
Thank you.
Understood. You could have interjected at like any time there for Blynn's sake.
I didn't know that with confidence. I just figured since we were pausing for a second, I'd
Valid.
share that's how I've always pronounced it in my head. Whether I'm saying it right or not is up for debate as well.
Oh boy. Yeah, the moment you started talking about how they're working, I'm like, that is sounding like the distinction that we gotta worry about here. So, Aeneid, yeah.
Aeneid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because it's only fair. I gave it its own work, as its opinion. We collaborated. And together, we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aeneid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a disposition or a hearing or worse. I have built a lot of things in my life, Fred. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say that I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building. I never bothered to. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamete, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up. And there got to be... well... Should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300?
I accidentally made more than 300 AI. Please don't be mad at me.
My company told me to take a vacation, and I may have made more than 300 sentient AI.
Why am I thinking of the fucking like TF2?
I have
bit? It's
done
just, like,
nothing but make AI
make
for the
AI for the past 3 days.
You told me to take a vacation. I've done nothing but make AI for the past 3 days.
David, listen, Twink. How much AI have you made?
I've made nothing.
I have done nothing
make more than 300 AI.
Okay, as long as they didn't choose their own names or anything. They started choosing their names by like the 5th one.
Where's Chris?
Is the last one named Leonidas? Who the fuck knows?
Some smarter than others. Some better at. They're varied. Like people are varied. But they are intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encourage them to.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Blit's not even
Sorry.
reading the line yet. I'm just reading it myself. I'm like, oh. Oh boy.
You really fuck.
Irritating?
I cannot pronounce right now.
All good.
You're good.
And my brain's going like faster than irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on the alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah.
Yeah, I figured. He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from...
You probably think that I'm some terrible fraud. At this point, I do hope one day that they can get the credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. Single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there.
You can't mean...
About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course. But I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Can make even more in less, after you fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really, she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton. So it really was closest to... You ever made rock candy?
Oh my god.
Sarah, your father has just compared your birth to rock candy making. How do you feel?
She would probably find that cool, I have to be honest.
Imagining
Sorry.
your full sparkle eyes.
It's trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich, varied and beautiful. And I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I only let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names.
Man. Give me a second, I'll be okay. Because I have to listen to the second ring notification go through as well. Hi, guys. Hi. Welcome in. Hi. Hi, that's... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to double check a thing. I need to double check a thing. I need to double check a thing. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-huh. How many of you? How many of you do I have to wait for? How many of you do I have to wait for? Is this gonna be the whole
is there
fucking
more?
team?
Is there more?
I believe y'all were doing Repo collab, right? They were last seen playing at where are y'all playing? Where's Bianca? Yeah. Is it about to be the others? Is it about to be the others? I can hold on. Hi, we're playing Peak. This game behind me is Peak of the Devil is extremely Peak, and I'm about to make it everybody's fucking problem because we are. God fucking damn, this game is Peak. This is Peak. Bianca's still playing Hades too. This is not part of Bianca's crew. This is not part of Bianca's crew. This is Goosey B's crew. But hi Rats, hello Liar, thank you so much for coming by. I will do my introduction in just a second in case I have... How many more raids
More
are coming
people.
my way? How many raids are coming my way? Hi Lark, hi Rats, hi. Goosey has to be done streaming, right? Goosey can't be raiding me. Goosey definitely cannot be raiding me. It is way too late for her. Okay. Is it just you two? She was done a while ago. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you very much. All right, cool. I was about to say, I'm like, it is 11:30 at night. Her ass is not up this late ever. Rarely. At least, especially on stream. Hi, Raiders. I am Rinienna, your local succubus, poison dragon girl VTuber and variety queen supreme. We're in the tail end of this game, and it's just the first fucking episode. Holy shit, this is just the first fucking episode. This is insane. I have puppy dog eye powers, but not that much. Yeah, no. I hope Repo is plenty of fun. No worries if you do have to raid and dash, but thank you so much for coming by. Can you just tell me if there's gonna be more? Can you tell me if there's gonna be more? Are there gonna be more raids? Am I safe? Am I okay? Am I okay? Was it just the two of you remaining? Am I safe? Is everything okay? Am I okay?
Is this a safe space to be in?
Okay, cool, great. I think you're safe. Fantastic, amazing, great. Okay, I did not want to go farther in this and like have to interrupt the vibes again. I appreciate y'all too rating. I very much appreciate it. Just okay.
I'm not gonna lie, that did kind of give me time to recuperate, because
That's good.
nothing gets me more than like characters finding fatherhood, like parenthood, and it's really fucking like.
There
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
so many layers of stuff to this. There is so many layers of...
There's a lot.
You are a dad. You're a dad. Woogie.
Miserable.
Hello, wait, shit, I meant to, do a full message of that. Look, a family can be a father and his daughter that was sired by the father and his team of 300.
300 plus AIs.
Over 300 artificial intelligence he made out of
300 plus at that.
More than 300. Yeah, he was hazarding. That was a bashful round up there. It was probably 300 to 400, but like definitely.
Oh right, my friend tells me never to say shit to the cops, so let's be vague about it. More than 300?
I dead
That
ass.
seems like a vague enough number.
There's so much I can say. I'm surprised we're doing this right now, because I'm like, you guys must have a fuck ton of cards you can play if you're like doing this big ass reveal just here. But okay. All right, let's go from the top then. Blend. Blend.
Yeah.
Give him a second!
Give him a second!
Well, no, when you said that, I was like reread the line. I've read that.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say reread the line. Read the line. Get back in the mood here.
She's not. I don't know what she is. bad at doing. My own father. He also talked a lot about protecting me. And doing things for my own good. I don't hate him for that. But I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, right? If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me too. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly. And neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I create a cloak of the skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking that she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, either succeeded or failed spectacularly.
You have no idea.
I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes.
You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. Is that basically saying the thing that I did, the thing that he did for Morgan, right? Whatever he did for Morgan?
That's what I'm assuming is what that's meaning.
I'm making sure that I'm reading that sentence right, because I'm be dumb. Okay.
So, I'm just asking. Unfair, I know. But I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye. For now.
I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Ray's left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... Uh-huh. I thought so. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Yep. He helped her remake herself, I think. I think he helped literally wipe her file clean of what I'm supposing is her killing her parents or something. Her file was wiped clean, and he helped do it. And that's the favor, yeah. So I'm not gonna panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bets, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? Yeah, I'm happy you took that over, Blinn. You did a very good job.
You did. Yeah, you killed that shit.
Yeah, that was very good.
I got very emotional.
Yeah.
And I got emotional.
Yeah. So how'd it go?
Well, how should I put this?
Oh, hi, friend.
I didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got onto a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those gags.
GOG, net slang for a spy or undercover police officer, growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement derived from groundhog, burrowing rodent. Term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. Easy GOG spotted, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. Uh-huh. I like this writer. I like this team of writing.
It's really good.
Good writing. See, we know what they stand for.
This is fucking whiplash for me for going from
I know,
very
deeply emotional scene to little fucking bastard.
I gotta be real, I wasn't like paying any mental energy to it because I'm like, God, he's doing that really well.
if it's like a big character, like big emotional scenes like that, I am all in for it.
You did very good, yeah.
Thank you.
Killed it. Once again.
Boxes weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor.
But you did find a psychiatrist's office.
Sort of. They said they were, and the place, it, looked the part.
Why? Because that in couches? I didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry, I thought because you're with the company.
No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am.
I'm very surprised that these two work together. Can we talk about the fact that these two are like seem to already be familiar with each other? I think that's kind of funny as hell.
I think this fucking kid bullied the fuck out of her.
Yeah.
And she just had to deal with it.
For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it didn't feel like the company in there.
But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified.
Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results.
You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, I'd always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. That state pays for my legal fees. Hold on.
God, this poor child.
This poor child. First it was the, yeah, you do have school in 3 hours. And now it's this. Wobblin's taking a second.
Sorry about that abhorrent sound I just fucking made. I don't know where that came from. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I love that we are back in a circle yet again, where I'm like, I don't know what the fuck happened besides the... How's it going?
Fuck.
Peak fucking game, and I don't think any of us have a good clue as to how this is going to resolve itself.
I don't think Sarah did it.
I
Tell you
don't
that much.
I don't think she directly did it. There is one idea I've had in mind, which is if it was just her blood accidentally wiped on the cup or something.
Maybe.
That's been
But
one
even
idea I
then-
had in mind, where like it wasn't a thing, but she also still she doesn't have recollection, right? She doesn't have recollection, and that's a big thing. I hope everything's okay with Len. He muted very quickly.
That's okay. He might be doing something. like that.
Yeah, I. This is such a. This is just episode 1, and we're getting episode 2 later this year, which I'm impressed by. I gotta be real. For the amount of effort and love that has gone into just this, I'm like, we're at about 15 hours of playtime, I believe, in this, and I'm kind of fucking floored. Now, granted, a lot of that is us voice acting everything and also having bits and such, but like that's still just... I am seriously just blown away by this game. This is a insane achievement of a game by many standards. And remember to everybody that this is not a visual novel.
It's
Somehow.
not a visual novel, guys.
Not at the
Remember
end.
that.
Blinn, you back?
Steam said so.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't they?
Oh no, signal must have cut out.
Alright, surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs.
Is this the first game from the new dev or existing dev? End Circle Studios has not made a fucking... This is their first fucking thing. I don't know the history of any of the people attached to this, but yeah, they released, like, their original, like, prologue chapter sometime last year, the year before, I believe. It's... Yeah, this is their first fucking thing, as far as I know. But I don't know what prior work any of their team has. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court.
On a strict timeline, though, right?
And Studio has made many games before? Okay, none on Steam at least. I imagine a lot of them are on itch.io then. I was just looking quickly at what I saw on Steam.
I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around...
So, take mine.
What? Your pass?
I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows? Maybe I should try and find a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something?
That feels like a reference. Feels like a reference of some kind.
I want to be the next weird little girl assistant. I can do it.
I have to
I'm
go
so
find my own pro tag now.
I'm so quirky and fun. You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. A girl who can't pronounce words, however, might struggle in this
Honestly,
field.
Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Hell yeah. Hey, you know what we're gonna do really quick? We're gonna save again because it's been a fucking minute. I cannot. God, this. I thought we would have been done like a good hour ago. Holy
So
fucking.
remember when I warned you?
Yeah, no. This was before we reached the 1/3 point. I know. I mean, like, I genuinely thought we were like at the end of the game, and then I'm very impressed.
Oh, hi!
Okay, Blinn, it's time to return to a different flavor of Twink.
I did all the voices for the court section. It's Blynn's turn to just talk for several hours.
Oh, bud.
He's having to find the fucking voice he did for this guy.
Hey. I'm gonna be right back, actually, if you don't mind.
No worries.
I don't think I'm gonna be around for a sec anyway. But
Blinn? Blinn, are you muted? You're not muted. Is he okay? You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Morgan?
Were you just finding your voice and everything?
Yeah, and
I just wanted to make sure you're okay. You were silent there for a moment.
yeah, just trying to find my voice again with Dawes.
Yeah, all
It's
good.
Mostly, it's also trying to find the sleep deprived.
Fair.
Gotta get EP. Hey, high five. Same hat.
And how did you?
Get so turned around. God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Yeah, right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present.
Oh.
I mean, leadership hasn't told us how David died. How much could I be?
I see.
It's not I don't trust you or anything. And it's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue.
You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Davis. Dawes? Sorry, apologies. Slipped up on the name there.
Yeah.
No, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble.
Oh, that's good to hear.
No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down.
Going down?
State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
What? Like, fines and jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. And then, sanctions. Don't feel we need to really read this too much. Financial restrictions, yeah. May choose to place sanctions not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or to withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. Yeah.
They can't sanction Noble. Weird.
Too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll just justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm going to be sick.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of...
Instead of what?
scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund.
Flat refund? The losses would be.
Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial.
Huh?
Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration.
You win.
When what?
Ask away.
Well, oh my god.
Go off, Queen! Manipulate
Holy
that man!
fucking shit!
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, that was a long ass manipulation. I was just like, oh no, I lost my way here, man. Yeah, no, crazy what's happening. Like, with everything that happens, like, everyone's probably gonna lose their job, all the losses and everything. It'd be really terrible, especially since they'll just bury anyone working here. And, like, yeah, none of that happens if I win. Oh, right, hey, thank you for verifying Sarah, by the way. Like, holy shit, the fucking turning up the heat. Alright, ma'am. Well, if you insist. I guess I have to do this first. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
Same as any rational company that wants to make money. Don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenants are.
Because you use Tesseracts.
Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating.
Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system isn't about the code you're running, it's child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be.
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources. It isn't an issue of funding? God, I love the way that she fucking slow cooks this man.
Yeah.
What a statement to make.
Am I
No,
wrong?
You can't just keep adding more data. The tenants underlie everything. The higher that you stack, the more easily you topple.
You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance he'll testify to that?
It sounds impossible. But he's dead. And it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know. And now we've unlocked that point. Cool. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as a culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed?
I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but It's designed for synthetic motor neurons. That was the big one.
The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically.
It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years.
And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain, 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions.
I'm sure that the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds were pleased. But the board wasn't very enthusiastic.
So would that spur them to be more protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden ghosts. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is...
Compromise? I stayed up all night and sick with dread at the idea. The data doesn't just support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. There wasn't an issue. We would have caught it by now. And that would have been axed a long time ago.
How many A16s are out there anyway?
We just passed 9 million sold.
Jesus. Okay, well, also military spending and all, but holy fucking shit. That is equivalent to how many Switches have been bought. Not even.
And not flying off the shelves like they 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it.
$9 million sold, he says. Not flying off the shelf, he says.
Big capitalist.
Hey, Yobies, yeah, do your thing with that, please. Come in a little bit hot with something like that, it gotta be real. A little bit weird. Right. You mentioned data.
Yeah. Practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know?
All of this. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. And batteries running low, too quick. Eye trafficking off by a degree or 2.
No worries, Yobies. Typical stuff?
As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turned auto updates back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. And coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 is in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So where is the A16 outperforms then?
customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know.
Yeah, that, yeah, uh-huh.
Adult industries.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh.
Sorry. Didn't mean to be blunt. I just...
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There's a lot of people at the company who want to talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. It's not happening.
Damages?
What we call it when the customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pig market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them. Not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. Huh, it's highlighted in orange. I wonder if that's because I, read the thing.
There's been a gray market for software androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. And based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Oh, me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
Damn. I'm wondering about that myself.
He bought that. My god. This floor is
more uncomfortable.
This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city's limits, correct? This is why I don't wear socks, god.
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh.
Something wrong?
No. The numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited.
Is that unusual?
Well, this section's just a count of how many we were sent, and where. There's not a lot of room for error, so there shouldn't be much needed for corrections. It's no problem. No, I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added? Deleted?
No, the overall summon's the same. It's just a bunch. Swaps. Like here, 29 FFCE 8010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD 019634.
Good job, soldier.
Shipment leaves on time. I'm trying real
You
hard.
did it!
You're doing your
You did
best.
it!
You're doing your best.
Oh, you get it. Long strings of numbers.
Long
Like,
string of
is actual
numbers.
words for me.
If it isn't the value of E, I'm not interested.
Oh my god.
E equals...
Do not
It's
get
okay,
me
Em.
started.
Em, It's okay, Em. You can go home once you've recited the value of E.
Yeah, once you get me started on Euler's number, I will start fucking.
Oh no.
start
Oh no. Hey,
throwing
we
all
heard
of it
about
out.
numbers.
More numbers! More numbers! Ah! Ah!
S- 67 BBTC 8995443. Return to assembly link for revisions. Replaced by 67 BB TD 592698. Shipment leaves on time.
So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon. Whatever happens, it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among shipment at that stage in the process. It must have been someone with a lot of experience, or authority. Probably both.
Must have. You don't know who made these changes.
I can tell you that they were somewhat important.
Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own. It's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. We didn't get to read everything, though. Okay.
Sure. Did you find what you were looking for?
Like, we didn't get to a question about the tenants line at all. Huh. Hell if I know. Right, okay, I guess we should have read the tenants line first then. Oh well.
Fair enough.
Oh, thank you. Okay, cool.
Like, you didn't think we'd leave you hanging,
I
did you?
I
Come
was
get our
worried for a
world
second.
building.
I
Come
know
get
I
some.
know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David?
There's a cat next to a dog.
Glenn?
Yeah, give me a second.
All good, all good.
First answer that comes to mind is the dog left to the left or to the right.
I'd say the dog is on the right, the cat is on the left.
You might expect half people to say left, have to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue.
Whether it's right or right to left. or
Whether
left-
it's read right to left or left to right.
Huh. Right, yeah.
The language they speak affects how they process information. The language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspectives. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned it as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed out into the world.
Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, Gabe? What's up?
Oh, just Morgan's response to that.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Me when you're made wrong.
Yeah.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide in my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this?
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
The poison? What is it?
It didn't match anything in that database, and in any database the medical examiner had access to.
That's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around.
You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. What's that exactly?
What is it?
It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent not NOD 52345 S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter, neuroanalog for usage in organic android components.
Serotonin. Didn't we have that at some point? Like, we talked about this at one point, didn't we?
You talked about this with this guy specifically.
I was wondering if we got a actual thing for that.
Like,
Is it? That is their blood, isn't it? I believe. I think the serotonin was their blood.
No, I think serotonin was a quote-unquote neurotransmitter for the warm androids.
Gotcha.
It is serotonin.
That explains a
functional for an
lot.
android.
A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it.
So they think that that's what was killed him?
Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-orientated.
That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. That sounds awful. Heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. That's fucking awful.
That's
Aren't they?
worse.
I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office.
Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in.
Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Oh no!
Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right?
Oh, one more thing.
Oh?
Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
What?
What? Yesterday you let it slip that you worked in consulting.
Oh, fuck!
Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry.
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. Wait, I was gonna say, he didn't know how David died, but then he brought up the poison. He brought up the fucking poison.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, he did not know how David died, so he should not have known of the poison at all. Because that means that he
Yeah,
was listening.
He said we don't. He did say, "Oh, is this the poison that like
Right, no.
fucking killed him?"
He also
Even though
implied
that's
that
not
he
public
knew what
knowledge.
happened in the case. He implied that he knew what happened in the courtroom, which in that case he wouldn't have
Oh,
said.
fuck.
He would not have said, "We don't know how David died," because that was exact knowledge in the courtroom. Oh my god.
She's gonna kill him.
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died, but just now you called Cinetonin a poison.
What? I just assumed. If a chemical was found in a dead man,
And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you're acting a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts and just to have something to fill in the silence with.
Hmm.
No, it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters in internal affairs, spy hunting on the Western Division, and then 8 embedded at Howard Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names. Sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow.
Oh, you know what I just remembered?
What's up?
When we talked to Young, and she was like, "Yeah, you know how you spelled a spy is the people who say they were consulting."
Yeah.
Have you ever actually met a consultant before?
Did she
Well, that
actually
depends.
say that?
She said
did
something
say
to the
this.
effect of like, if they introduced themselves by saying they were in consulting.
Did she actually say that? Oh my god, I don't remember
This
that.
was-
Yeah,
we
she
talked
said
to her
if
after
you're
we
talking
No,
to
I know, I
somebody
know,
and they
I
say they're a
know. It's
consultant,
not that
then-
I'm disbelieving you guys. I'm just like, oh my fucking god.
She did say that.
Oh my.
Someone said something, like, I don't know, it was just something about the way he was like, I did 3 tours in consulting. I was like, someone said something with that exact sort of emphasis on the word consulting before.
Oh my
it was Young,
fucking
when she
god.
was talking about corporate spies.
Uh-huh.
That's interesting.
Oh my god, this writing. That is very interesting, isn't it?
Young, what do you know about David?
Blend, did you read this line?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So you're a spy for Noble?
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
I have some old inboxes I still have to check.
So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs?
It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last?
No, there was nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a gratuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over in socials and virals. But the next morning, we had the military thinking we were leaking like a
Civ?
See.
sieve.
Sieve.
Yeah.
Oh, is it I thought it was Sieve. I think it's Sieve. I don't know.
I say
I think it's a sieve.
Okay, understood.
English is bullshit.
It very much is. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side out of their mouth while threatening to miss us with the other side, and for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back to the claims on without torpedoing our state and contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher. Whether it wasn't AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants.
I got an achievement for that. Yippee.
All you wanted to know?
You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist? Or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit?
I know that office. Know some old coworkers who see them.
So it's a front.
They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone.
Hmm.
Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for.
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
You okay?
That's all. Unless you've got any advice.
You're saying you want a consultation?
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, that's just business as usual for me.
Do you think you might want to pause here?
We're
Because again, we're not finishing.
not finishing.
No.
You still have trial to do, and you're about to interrogate somebody. We're not
Yeah.
finishing tonight.
Oh my god.
I told you.
I didn't think that would be this long. Man,
I didn't either.
I didn't think it would be this long.
When I said, "Are you ready to sit down for 6 hours starting from now?" I meant it.
Part of me really fucking wants to. I gotta be real.
We're not gonna be able to unless you want to be up until 3 a.m. your time.
I could do that.
Can everyone else here do that?
Well, what was the question?
How
Like,
much longer do you think you can stay awake, Blinn?
I've been having a rough time. I've been staying up till like 2 in the morning recently.
Sorry, I'm not helping you.
so
that
basically,
is my choice, Gabe.
it would basically be around the same time frame. And yeah, I was also pretty much up 3 hours past this point yesterday by accident. So
I
Do you
will
want to keep doing that, or do you
need-
want to go to bed at a normal time?
you need a break, Em?
I will need just like 5 minutes to go get water and stuff.
I am really fucking curious to see how this wraps up.
I am curious too, but I do think it'd probably be better if we do like put this off until like next week.
Okay, then we can do that.
Oh, clutching fistful of sands just on the beach right now.
You will be the
Do you want to
next.
play for another 3-4 hours?
Yeah,
Is that what you want?
The
This
thing
next
or do you
segment is about 3 to 4 hours. If you want, we can save it for next stream
We
and then
can-
do that in the bonus episodes.
we can save
we
it for
never
next
did.
stream because I also like that's just without us yapping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I gotta
Yeah.
I gotta give it to them. I think it's cool as fuck that I did not think that they could make this last this long. I think it's impressive that they drew this out. Like, not, I want to say draw this out because that makes it sound like almost like it's like, all right, you're padding this out. No, they really went with like, yeah, no, you do not have much to work with here, do you? It's almost like this case isn't even half figured out yet. Oh, well, fuck me.
These are good lessons to learn before we get to Ace Attorney.
Ace Attorney can't be this long, can it?
You don't
It's a-
even know.
Okay.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
Sometimes the chapter can go this goddamn long.
It's not even sometimes a chapter can go this goddamn long. It's the chapters will go longer than you think, even if what you think is a short estimate. You know,
Mhm.
a case you think will maybe take an hour might take more like 2 or 3. It's never like this where it's like we are now pushing what almost 20 hours in this one case, but like, you know,
It doesn't help that we're voice acting for it too.
we're
If
voice acting and we're like
Yeah.
taking time and like
Wait.
appreciating bits in here and like
Mhm.
it doesn't help, but I wouldn't do it any other way because
of
Yeah, I'm
course.
having fun. I'm playing toys with my friends.
I
Playing toys with
oh my
you.
god. Gabe, did you already know the plot twist with Sarah?
That she was gonna get like
That
fucking got.
that she would be in the camera footage, yeah.
No, I didn't know.
Okay. I was like, I know
Go for
you
the
looked through a little bit of footage, a little bit of like what's next and stuff.
I looked through footage just to see like
Have an
how
idea
long
of
did
time
it
frame.
take this other group to play it, and then I saw it took them about 8 hours from the jumping off point we were doing, and I was like, oh, we're cooked. We're so cooked.
Oh god. Like fucking
They were also
hell.
voice acting, granted, but
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
probably doing it in a more timely manner than we were.
Yeah, like we're taking bets here and such. Oh my god. Also, hey, the objection to testimony achievement is called "You've got that wrong," which is yep.
Good. Yep.
Oh my god, that I am thoroughly impressed. I am so thoroughly impressed by this to like such a deep degree. I just fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I am really impressed with the fact that they pulled a gotcha and basically we're like, hey, no, you're actually only halfway through this, right? I'd say like, well, we reached the halfway, maybe call it 2/3 point of this entire episode, right? Like,
I'd say we've probably gotten 2/3 of the way through, yeah.
yeah. Man, you know what I'm thinking though?
Yep.
We could have totally fucking done. We could have totally made last week a full ass stream of this.
We could have.
We could
At
have.
the time, but then
We did
really
it. There
looked
was
at,
no way
like,
we could
other
know. We
footage, and I was
thought
like,
it was just the case, and then like wrap up, right? We couldn't have
Yeah.
fucking known.
this is usually how it is.
We
and
actually would have been
later,
so
and then
fucking
we had a
fine.
2-day.
We would have been so goddamn fine, and then we would have been fine for this stream to like do like full 6 hours and would have gotten it and everything. We couldn't have known. We couldn't have known.
Peggy.
I really have to give such critical acclaim to acclaim. Just
The critically acclaimed visual novel
I
of
have-
the devil.
I have to give such critical like critically high praise to the fucking writing team for like this has been such a good tight mystery they've made and also just full with so much goddamn heart. Like the character development in this chapter alone has been so good.
Morgan is incredibly sympathetic as a character. Even with the things she does, it's brutal.
Like you're seeing these like other layers to her. Like chapter the prologue chapter really did basically sold us to her as a protagonist, right? And then very much showed it's like, oh, she's bad. Okay, how are these cards gonna topple for her? And this chapter isn't interested in doing it's. I mean, it's putting the foundation down, right? Like this is how you topple a villain, right? This is how you topple anyone who's done bad things is by giving them heart, because what else can they do?
Man,
Is giving them something to sympathize with, and just yeah, the
fucking everybody in this game is like turbo nuance. Man, David, huh?
yeah, the
Fucking
fact that we are
David.
all like, fucking god, David, you messed this up, but also like it's
That
so
audio log, man.
yeah, Blinn, you did a fantastic job voicing that aloud. You did such a good job voicing that. Again, just like,
Thank you.
yeah, very good. This suddenly became a very surprise heavy session for you to have to voice things. And also like the call between
Man,
David and
that hurt fucking bad.
that was that came from the
Huh.
heart of that writer. That was something like that was pulling at something that they've experienced or someone on the team has experienced. Like there was man.
Yeah, I could say the same for how I voiced that.
Yeah. Dead. Fuck, dude. Video games. Good ass fucking writing. This game is gonna go places, and I'm really excited to see where.
I said it at the end of chapter at the end of the prologue chapter where I'm like, I'm really curious how they up the ante, like what they do. And I think I'm seeing it here where like this is not obviously like this is taking place after the prologue chapter, but also it's very much proving that you don't have to have seen the prologue chapter to like be able to play this sufficiently. I mean, you really should, but I think like that's gonna be a theme, like because they were saying that they want to do like episodic things with each episode, and I think that's what they're. This is a really good, extremely good proof of concept to show like the degree that they can go to, where it's like, all right, we're just having a fully fleshed out story with all these characters and everything that's related to this one case, and it's just really good. They have taken so many notes from all their inspirations and made something their own while also honoring everything that has been built for them to achieve this. Like, man, I cannot get over the moment of Morgan really showing her connection to Sarah as a character, and just like,
Dude,
man,
the color like continue. Sorry.
no, just like so many points of that with showing the connecting to basically doing the thing where it's like, oh, from the back, like both Morgan and Sarah look pretty similar, and then the
yeah,
color
like, the
shifts
color
and it's like,
fade in.
that's
Man,
Morgan.
specifically the like dialogue they chose, because not a psychopath, did have a really bad problem with empathizing with people when I was younger.
Oh no,
Yeah,
me too.
I did
Yeah.
just use like media as a way to like kind of form an understanding of how to communicate with other people. Fuck,
Yeah.
I sure had to do that for multiple years because I didn't know how to do it normally.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Like, yeah, that's why I was saying, like, I connected to that a lot where I'm like,
That
no,
shit
it's
hit
not,
too close to home.
it's not psychopathic, and I still wouldn't, I don't think I would really point, I don't think I'm
It's
willing to
just like
paint,
neurodivergency in general.
yeah,
It's
this,
just
and
trying
that's
to form an identity.
also kind of the themes of this game, right? Like, we're really getting down extremely dirty into, like, especially Sarah's whole conflict that she has to deal with is such a story of neurodivergence, right? It's such a story of like Morgan like painting it out with almost bitterness because she understands is it's like they don't want you to have rights, they don't want you to sit at the table because you should not be compared, even able to be compared to them, and it's like, oh man. Oh, and yeah, I'm very glad I was like, I handed off that you took over David's little recording when you did, Glenn, because the latter half of that really, the little drawings of Sarah, especially the little drawings of Sarah that took over the screen was like, there is so much heart in this craft.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's why I gave I went like a lot more the softer tone, but then it gave more heart to David.
Yeah.
The more it went on, and it hit very much close to home.
Yeah. Like, I think that's like a thing also that I really have to give to the writing is the fact that like it's able to hit a lot of levels of relation, right? It's like you can sympathize with these characters from some point in your life. You can find something in your life to be able to relate to these characters, right? And I think that's like something that is so extremely deserving of praise with how well the writing team does. Like all these characters are memorable in some way. Fucking Dawes. I was not ready for the call. Like, I think this chapter is very much teaching us what to not to underestimate their writing, because yeah, there's so many layers to things where it's like, oh my god, they literally told us. They signposted that shit. Like with you guys remembering the fucking don't trust consultants line or whatever, and it's like, huh. And to this goddamn chapter, it's like, hey, a lot of what you just said doesn't match up. I like feel that they're very much teaching the player to respect and think smarter. And oh boy, if I was playing this by myself, I would have felt like a fucking idiot during the first trial, because that had us thinking so goddamn hard. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
There were so many ways to have to like think through that, and a thing I like is that even though it was hard to think of it and like I really was not sure what to say, none of it felt like bullshit either, right? And I think that's something that like Danganronpa can fall into a decent amount of times from what like the playthroughs I've watched and everything, right? Like a game like Danganronpa can fall into where it's like, okay, it's this is the answer, but everything here has just been fucking tight. It's requiring you to think. It is requiring and trusting and expecting you to really be using your brain. And I think that's really just speaks a volume for the writers. Oh boy, if we're doing this next week is gonna be a fucking heyday. Oh boy.
Cooking.
Yeah, cooking, huh? Oh boy, next week is...
Well, I wasn't even thinking of that.
Yeah, next week is going to be a unique spot of hell.
We got a lot of stuff planned next week.
I have a lot of things planned next week. Oh
It
boy.
is fucking whiplash.
You gotta be there, okay?
Oh boy.
Let's see. Like
Wednesday was supposed to be my rest day of next week.
Oh, I mean, you can rest.
I'm not letting this sit 2 weeks. This is not sitting 2 fucking weeks. I want to finish.
Free on like Friday if you want to try then.
It's Wednesday was my rest day next week because I have busy streams the rest of the fucking week. Besides, Blinn would be free on Friday. No, we can do Wednesday. Well, we can do Wednesday. I'll be fine.
Well, it depends on when you guys do the stream, because I'll probably be joining on like the later half if we do Friday.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Besides, we don't. With how this chapter is now going, and the fact that we've been basically shouted at by the game, where it's like, hey, stop having expectations, just sit and enjoy. Porter could make a return. Oh, God. Yeah, no, we can do this Wednesday. It's fine. It's fine. I'll be okay. My God.
I got to see London today. Yay!
You have to see what?
I got to see London today. Yay!
Yeah, I could hear it in your voice that you were happy that London made an appearance.
I like him.
Especially after you had to do the Sarah voice acting, which, oh boy.
I did my best with Sarah.
No, you did a very good job. You did a very good job. I loved everything around that beat of just the sudden realization of, oh, that's her on the camera handing the cups. Oh no, everybody, like, hands to M. Holy shit, Emily. The
Yeah.
fucking court case carried that fucking shit on your
Oh my
goddamn
god,
back.
the fucking adjutant voice he did was crazy, by the way.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think Emily, you had one voice for her, and then she revealed what she was actually about, and you immediately threw out what you
nailed
had previously.
Listen, I think that she does just in canon. I think she just have that professional business voice.
Oh, yeah,
sometimes.
for
She's
sure,
like,
for
I have
sure.
to be. I'm gonna make people think I'm very, very in on it. Nah. Anyway, lol.
Her fucking Vita, her breaking up the Vita was hilarious to me.
Can we repeat that again, just in case someone wasn't listening? I definitely was, but like.
Also, like all of her sprites were so fun with her turning her back to the camera. Not that it was me, like in case anyone wasn't listening. Not like
No, not
me,
that it was me.
or anything.
Bleh.
I really hope Danny has a treat watching through these eventually. I just want to shove this game in people's faces.
This game's awesome. I'm currently indoctrinating my other friend group into playing it right now. And it's working.
Good. Like,
It's working.
I just told them play the demo and you'll understand, and they played the demo and they were like, fuck.
I keep thinking on the demo more and more. And I really think like that is a perfect demo. I think that
it's a perfect hook.
I
like,
think it
once
is a perfect. Yeah. Go ahead.
I sincerely think that the demo is like a 100% perfect hook, especially because of the twist at the end, because it leaves you with too many fucking questions, and god damn does it just keep getting you the
I think
more and more you decide to play it.
I think it's also the pacing of it too that I really is where I really give it a lot of praise. Is like I feel that is a it is like that's a it's a 4-hour thing, right? That took us like 6 hours to get through. But like it is a perfect chunk to experience in one night, and I think that is perfect. I think that is absolutely perfect. Is its pacing is just the perfect enough slice to get a taste of like everything. And then you're left with so many questions. You immediately know what what to like the kind of writing to expect, and like the characters are immediately won you over because you have so much nuance in these characters. Like none of the characters are amiss, and you only have 5 of them, not counting like the ad. But you have Carlos, Morgan, London, and Reyes, and at the end Emma. You have 5 characters only, and I think that it's like it's a perfect slice to get like a different a lot of personality from all of them. And yeah, I the deeper we get into this, I'm like, they really like perfectly captured the best parts of everything they can bring to the table, and like made the most precise cuts to do everything need to have the perfect like pilot episode, basically. Not too much, not everything at once, because if they did like this level of thing, it would have been too much. Like the level of exposition that has happened in this chapter works because of the prologue chapter. It works because the prologue chapter gives you so much perfect, like just the right amount of world building to then get into this, and you're like, okay, I want to know more about what's going on here. I think the prologue chapter just gives just enough. It doesn't give you too much world building, but I have so much praise for these devs. Holy shit, you guys are amazing. Just
good ass video game.
Good ass video game. Man.
Man.
There's no misses. I have nothing for a miss. Okay, like only thing I could be like is like maybe have like an accessibility setting for like flashing lights or such. That could be good. It's not too bad. It's not too bad, at least. It was only bad when we were just on that one screen because
we were like idling on that screen and it was killing me.
I think it's especially because you were watching at like lower frame rate and lower resolution that made it worse, I believe. That definitely made it worse.
Doesn't particularly matter. If the lights move and flicker too much in
Yeah,
rapid succession, my whole body just decides you need to die this second.
I usually have an issue with that, but like, I don't know, it was easier on my screen at least. But yeah, like still, everyone has a different level of things. It would be nice if like accessibility settings could like tweak that a little bit. Hell, I mean, is there stuff that can mess with that? Not really. That's fine. Just man, I fucking wish that we knew last week that we could have pushed on so we could have finished it this week. I want to finish this. I want to
Yeah.
finish this so fucking
We're almost
bad.
there. We're almost there.
We're
gonna get
almost
another
there.
chapter later this year. Yay!
I'm so like I am floored by the fact that we're getting another chapter this year. This is the type of shit that I'm like, this takes time to make. You can't rush this. But they've already put down like a lot of groundwork and they just have a lot of stuff to already play with. And I imagine that they've like helps. I don't know. A lot of the story beats revealed in like this session, I'm like, this feels like stuff that should have been like end of the game revealing things, not revealing right now. But it makes me so curious to know where the hell they are going to take this. Like, yeah, this is going to be like the main thing that this is going to be one of the main things I'm keeping up with for the next few years is updates as things go on. Also, like, the devs have been teasing fits for episode 2, and I'm like, oh, your game is gonna be very fucking happy.
I was so tempted to go look, but then I went, no, I should keep myself as blind as possible so I can scream in real time on stream.
Morgan of the Devil. Morg's all over the place and makes a deal with the devil. So, I think I've realized the name of the title now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, for people who are neurodivergent, and especially autistic, of the devil has a kind of connection to an autistic person who knows, like, more dated views of autistic people.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Connotations of
Yep.
being mentally ill.
I was thinking
Born wrong.
it was
quote unquote.
loosely there when Sarah first brought up like the devil's law or whatever, and then I thought of it more, especially as David went into his recording and everything, right, where I'm like, this really feels like an allegory for Devil's Proof, thank you. This feels like an allegory for autism, and like of the devil especially really feels like a message towards like I don't know, maybe I'm reaching there, but like
I think it's neurodivergency like in general. I don't
yeah,
think it's,
yeah,
like,
in general,
specifically
for
autism,
sure, yeah,
more
not just autistic, but yeah, no, you're right,
the
like
concept of being born wrong,
exactly,
because
that
it is a recurring theme.
that point has been made multiple times now, yeah, where it's just like you were born wrong, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I like at first I was like, oh, are we gonna like supernatural here? Is Morgan like connected to something supernatural? But I don't expect. I
don't expect that. In fact, I think I would probably think a little bit less of the game if they did that.
Yeah, no, that was the thing I was like loosely thinking at the end of the prologue, mainly because we didn't know where the game was really gonna be going yet. But as of this chapter, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It very much feels like a whole commentary on being born neurodivergent or like with any manner of working differently. And yeah, it feels like a lot of heart and personal experiences were poured in from like all of the team into this. Like the artists, fucking hell, especially the David and Porter call. That I think is like one of my favorite moments of art in this game, of just showing them, the two of them, like facing away from each other and showing the way that they conveyed so much in just two men just hunched over in their own ways. Like there's so much conveyed in that image of just pain and frustrations on both parts that aren't being communicated, right? I'm going to be rewatching the VOD for this because there was a lot of these sections. I'm just like, man. Oh man, I wish we did this last stream.
Of fucking applause to everyone here for fucking voice acting their hearts out. Have this fucking thing. Holy fuck!
I got you, Gabe. I got you covered.
This is awesome. I gotta get you to Somnium Files too sometime, Rin.
Sorry, I'd send this meme into a general place, but it is heavy Somnium File spoilers.
Understood.
You will know one day.
I will keep it saved, and one day, someday, you will see it and you'll understand.
Understood. Understood. Someday, yeah. I I think just, yeah, the whole moment of Sarah's breakdown and everything, and Morgan, and then Morgan's realization and like commitment, I think that's a treasure moment for me. I just fucking love that moment of the call button. The call button was so cool. There's so many good little touches of flourishes of UI and like overall artistry in this game that makes me like feels like these devs have played all of my favorite fucking games. And a lot of those favorite games are games where like they subvert stuff on you and play around with the game systems and everything to make for cool ass moments. And the call moment, calling the goddamn bluff, and Morgan throwing herself out there is such a fucking cool moment. Oh, this is a good protagonist. This is a good protagonist who I don't know what her goals are, but I am absolutely rooting for her, I think. And also, Sarah too. Sarah being like, I don't think you're a bad person. I understand why David sent me to you. That was so sweet.
My critter. I love her sincerely. She's definitely my favorite.
There was like,
if you couldn't tell, if it wasn't completely obvious by now.
There was a good meme I saw. Where is it? Did I send this? I need to see if I sent this. I don't think I put this into the detective crew. Oh wait, no, I did. Okay. She's an unreliable narrator to you. I believe her. Yeah, this is why I'm like, her goal is to murder. Yeah. Who knows murder who? But
I think women can do whatever they want forever.
Forever. Just, man. Right, we have to figure out who to raid now. I fucking wish we knew better last week. I want to see the end to this game. I want to see the end so bad. Oh, Bianca's still going? Jesus fucking Christ. It is 1 in the morning. Why is she? Oh wait, she had a late stream today. That's why she had a late stream. All right, good.
Go to bed.
What's that?
I said you should go to bed.
I'm working on it. I'm looking at who to raid out currently. I just saw that Bianca's currently still streaming. I'm like, she really should be asleep by now. But she's been going through it. Who in the flip-flop are we gonna raid?
Why?
Yeah, well, we're doing this next week. If it kills me. Let's see. Who do we got going? Are they? Yeah. Looking at people who are streaming of the devil. Oh, coming across a message that's like, hey, you should watch the bonus scenarios before moving to episode 1. Well, we fucking didn't do that. We'll do this after. We're gonna have easily like another stream worth just from bonus scenarios, I believe. Okay, yeah, we're gonna raid this person. Right. Yeah, thank you for appreciating the voice acting. We'll be back this time next week for the actual end of peak. The actual end of peak.
You gotta stop labeling things as finale because they're
I
always.
really have to stop. This is the, what, 3rd, 4th time, I believe? I gotta fucking stop. It keeps going wrong for me every time. It just keeps going wrong for me. Right. I'll see you guys next week. Jesus fucking Christ. I just
Ta-ta!
finale
See ya,
addict.
chat. Bye-bye.
Every stream is a finale stream.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye. See you.